Oh, hello there, magic monsters. Let's start with some ASMR. All right, so I just poured some coffee into a glass. Canned coffee. High brew coffee, cold brew, high brew coffee. Triple shot espresso with 225 milligrams of caffeine. Welcome to the stream, everybody. So, it's a very exciting day. There's a lot of exciting things going on right now, and that's always fun. So, I want to share the excitement. I was actually doing some stuff this morning on this, and got to a point where I was like, okay, great. And then I realized, oh, shoot, I don't think I ever confirmed that the loading was working, and turns out it wasn't. And I was like, I'll take a nap. And then I couldn't fall asleep. I waited 15 minutes, but I didn't fall asleep. And I got text messages, but I forgot to check them. Okay. And then what? Then I said, you know what? Let me just do it on live stream. We'll do it live. Screw it. We'll do it live. Remember that guy? Yeah, you remember that guy. And so check out what we got so far. Let's just go right into what we got so far. This is the scene. It's very clever. It's very fun. There's little, things going on. We got a ghost that floats over there and fades in and out. We got a goblin that pops its head up every so often and kind of just sits there and then brings its head back down. We got some glowingness on this 2D light. All this is just, these are just images themselves. That have a script on them that makes them glow at a random interval, and so it kind of looks a little bit like these are shining, but they're not. We can load games, so you can see here we've got 3 games already saved. They've got Demo World, which is actually not yet populated, so Demo World is well, that's to be done later because we're not there yet. And then we got the in-game time. So you see the year's 1288. This is not the time I saved it, although the system time is saved as part of the upcoming save and load module. So it does save the system time, and it just orders by system time of the last save. And then the name of the game, by default, these are all named new game. And then you can delete them as well. So that's easy enough. Oh, it looks like I've got a erroneous value on the script on the X for the making it bigger and smaller. But if I delete a game, you can delete new game, yes or no. If you say no, nothing happens. If you say yes, then it goes away and it reloads, and sure enough, it deleted it. I do need to double check that it's actually deleting it from the system, because I don't think it is. It might not be. I think I meant to do that earlier today, that I forgot. I started doing other things instead, but anyways, and then we can load the game, or new game rather. So now we've got a nice little fade effect, and then you come into a new scene. This is a brand new scene. We've got don't destroy on loads now on all the repositories and the game data. I need to rename back that to remove the 1. I was having issues with it not being unique, but it turns out I had some code on the new game button that was destroying it. That was from an old version. Anyways.
Oh yes, I've been waiting for. Let's kick some goblin butt, okay?
Sure, I'll join.
So
if that's
we
what
got
you want.
we got the characters who are willing to talk.
I can smash things.
Are you sure?
Let's go.
Seems like we'll have some
You can
fun.
change their names or their voices. You can change their portraits. Their portraits also change when you change the class or when you change the race. So there's actually a lot of potential portraits. And you can change their name. So we're gonna name this one Royal Commander, and this one, well, nobody else has commented, so nobody else gets their name in the scene. And then when you change the class, the options here change, and therefore the selections also disappear. But you can choose 3, and so each one's gonna choose 3 random ones. And
Let's
then
kick some
doesn't really
goblin
matter
butt,
right now.
okay?
And then you can assign the points. And of course, with the game modules, if you're new to the game modules, the whole point is that all of this stuff happens automatically. All these computations, all the math, all I'm doing when I push this button is I'm saying add 1 point to the stat stamina. And the result is all these other things that happen, whether the might goes up and down or the stamina changes based on the class and all that. That's all automatically computed. And that's the whole point of the game modules, is automation. The whole point is that you should not have to do all that work yourself. Instead, the system will do it for you. And once we have all these, we can begin our adventure, and we fade out and fade into, well, demo world. Demo world looks like the main scene though, because I just copied the main scene and renamed it. So yeah, so it's not actually demo world. It's not demo world yet. There's going to be demo world and demo dungeon, because of course saving and loading requires us to demonstrate that you can go between scenes and save the scene you're in and save the data from the other scene, etc., etc., etc. And also doing the concepts of like saving before you load a scene, because that's, you know, oftentimes in my experience a good opportunity for a game to crash. So you want to save right before you load the scene, and then but you save it before you load the scene, but you save the scene as the next scene. So if it does crash, when they reload, it starts where they expect it to be, you know? And so this continue button is the last thing that I was working on. And you can see I still have my regular debugs out here. I've started adding these optional debugs that you can turn off with a toggle, because I felt some of these, like the blackboard and the saving load, they're probably some good information that people using it would probably want to know, especially for debugging. And so, but it'll be on, but you can just turn it off if you don't want to see those. No big deal. It's just a single toggle right here, right there. All right. So the continue button. The continue button looks in the save and load. And if we look at the save and load script here, you can see we've got our game IDs, save game IDs, the system, the game time now, the system time that was, these were created, the name of the game, and the scene name that they were in. So that's all we basically need to know what to load the game. The game files are actually stored in the persistent data path. They are called this.json. So we know what to load. We know what time it is in the game, so we can display that to the user. We know what the time it is in the system. We could display that to the user, so they know how long it's been since they've played that game file. The game name, which we don't let them choose yet, but when they do the save in the game itself, we will have an option to change the name of the game. And the scene name is basically the scene we want. Usually it will be the scene they're in, but if we're transitioning to another scene, we will set it for the next scene, like I said earlier. So if there's a game crash in that process, you save first with the scene name as the next scene that you intend to load. If there's a crash in that loading of the scene, when the player reloads the save file, they end up in the right scene that they were expecting to end up at. That's all that the game files have, but there's a lot more to this entire system. We've got the whole script here, and this is not yet cleaned up. I'm going to have to clean this up. The other scripts I've been cleaning up as we go. I've also been refactoring them a bunch. So it used to be that game data handled all the creation of the stuff of the characters as well. I've changed that because now game data is going to be used as kind of like just the game data in game. So now we have the character and creation setup script, which handles all the character creation and setup for the new game scene. But so essentially what we're trying to do now is when we load a game, we need to put the data back into where it belongs. Now, the save and load uses a thing called savable. And so on our game data script, we've got this savable thing here. I need to check this ID. I have a hunch this keeps changing, but let's find out. Actually, we can press play and then see what happens. No, it doesn't seem to be changing. Let's just go. I'm going to keep an eye on this savable thing. Nope, still seems to be the same. Let's just create one more quick game.
Adventure is my middle name.
Let's get some loot.
Yes, let's get some loot. And so it basically, the savable is an object that says, hey, stuff on this object can be saved and should be saved. So when you go to save, you know, there's something here that you might want to save. And then also similarly, it says, hey, when you're going to load, when you load that data, hey, this object might have something of interest, and this key here, this savable ID, save ID, is the key that binds the data to it. So you can search for all savable things, or the system will do this automatically. The system will search for all savable things and use that key to say, oh, this is the right data for it, and then it will parse things out from there. Like I said, it's not yet cleaned up, so I still have all these random things going on here. I don't have it all fully commented, and I understand it about 80% of the way there. Which means there's much more to understand. We're not using Newton JSON anymore. That was in a debugging phase. And all right, so let's see about loading. I'm going to assume that the saving is working as it should. I think it is. In fact, we can actually see one of the files if we go to the assets, reveal and finder here. We can go into our assets and wait a minute. Wait just a damn minute. All right, so maybe it's not working because the files should be here, but they're not. We have our game list, but that's empty. That's odd. Wait a minute. Why is that completely empty? Load game. Well, that is empty. That is interesting. Well, you know what I did earlier? Earlier today, I changed the path. I changed the path from data path to persistent data path. So we're going to do two things. Since we love talking about AI these days, because AI is pretty neat. I saw Jason Wyman just released a video all about AI. So we're going to go to ChatGPT, and we're going to ask it the difference between in Unity C#, what is the difference between and so between persistent data path and data path. And I just want to make sure I spell it right, because sometimes it says the difference is one of those is wrong, and that's not quite, what I'm looking for. But oftentimes it figures it out. Where the persisting getting sort of the device to be the location, okay, path to the directory that contains the application's data files. So we do want persistent, but all right, well, when building in the editor, where I should say on Mac, where does persistent data path lead? And maybe it knows my misspellings too. We'll point to a directory located at the application bundle. Oh, really? All right. Well, if I look at my, let's see, if I go to my application, which Unity are we in? 2021.33, 313. Unity. Where is my Unities? I don't even know where my Unities are. Where's my Unities? Show options, show and finder. Oh, it's way up there. All right, well, that changes things. Unity app, open package contents. Here we are. We're in here now. Where in this library application support? Oh, all right. Well, let's do that then. Library. Go library and application support. Application support. Unity. Maybe it's in there. Unity editor. Well, that's probably not particularly helpful. There, no, the dates are today. Maybe it's Unity Technologies. Nope, it's not that. All right, so it's probably not that. macOS. No. Let's see. Can I find in contents? Find .json. Oh, there's a lot of .jsons. Date modified. Nothing. All right. I have no idea where it's being stored. So now if I change that to data path, I'm guessing I won't find anything because the data path is the assets folder and persistent data path must be something else. Yep, sure enough. No games. All right, so all right, well, geez, this is, I guess, okay, for debug purposes, we're gonna keep it at data path because I don't know where to find it on the persistent data path. I don't know where that is. So we're gonna just move on and create a new game, and I'm just gonna confirm that these are actually saving. What we should see is a big, long-ass JSON
Are you
string.
sure about this? Adventure is my middle name.
So we're going to quickly make this. I should probably build a debug button that lets me start the game without assigning all this, because you don't really have to assign these to start the game. This is just for the player. All right. And we can see it here, actually. You can see the JSON. This is what we should see. This is the save file. And now when we go to the desktop here and we go to our assets, where it disappeared on me, or did I close it? I probably closed it. All right, well, let me reload it. And let's pause this, or stop that rather. Reveal in Finder, assets, there we go. Okay, so this is our save file. It's just encoded as a JSON in your project. You could then encrypt it or something, or send it to a server. Save and load is something that can be entirely overridden. And when I've seen this, I've got some notes for myself. Like, it's time to remove these deprecated values because it's been a long time since they were used, and I'm pretty sure anyone who was using game modules back then, if they're still using it, has already used the new version, which would have automatically updated their old values. And I think that it could be interesting to see about having dictionary things be savable or not, because right now they all are. It's an assumption, but oftentimes they don't have to be. Like, we don't really need to save the flavor text of all of them. They're copied onto the game versions because, well, that's what it does. But does it need to be saved? Nope, it doesn't. So that's a note for me. Anyways. The data is there, in other words. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of all this. And I just realized also that my window's too wide. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that my window was too... It wasn't that much wide. Never mind, I take it back. Not that sorry. It was barely too wide. Not enough to matter. All right. So now let's see why it didn't load. So we're going to click the continue button. And since we're saving that, we actually saved the last player or the last scene as a player prefs. So if there is a last one, then you can say continue. We could also do this by saying just load the first one, because technically that should be the last game saved. So that might be a better way, because player prefs can get deleted. I need to turn this heater on. Okay. There's a heater by my feet, and I can turn it on with my foot. All right, so the last save game is 3308. We see that right here, so that's the one. It will load. So let's see what happens. And also, by the way, if we look at data, it's empty. Gold's empty. There's no gold. There should be. Well, we don't see the points there. I also want to make a drawer for these so that when you expand it, you actually see like the key details rather than all this jumbo. But we see our players is empty. This is what we want to see, the players get populated. So when we hit continue, it's not going to work. So load the scene demo world up here, even though it looks the same. But as you can see, the players list is empty still. So it didn't actually load the data. Now it said load was starting, and it said it was loading the JSON data from save game this. It says it's loading all states. There's one state. And then it says it's loading game file for the game ID, and then it loading complete. So it says it did it all, but clearly it didn't freaking do it all. So we're gonna dig into this. Let's just dig in and see where we are going wrong. Now, since this is a toggleable debug, this is to write to console. So if we double click, we're all just gonna get write to console, the method. So we need to go to the second line here to find out where it actually spits this out. And that's the benefit and the curse of doing a toggleable debug. But a toggleable debug is very nice. All right, so we start with the game, the save and load started. Now I put the console here, but we're also adding an event to the blackboard. So if you have anything that has to happen whenever loading starts, I don't know what it is. You can fill in the blanks there. Your game is your game. I'm making my game. You're making your game. Let's keep them like that. So it just sends out an event. If you're listening for these events and you care about save and load, saying game data, load start with the same save game ID, good. You can do something with that. Otherwise, who cares? This is where we set the string. I think now that we talked about it just a second ago, and I know we didn't talk about, I talked about it to you, and most of you weren't even listening, but we talked about it. I think I'm going to change this later to just pull the last saved game. That would make a lot more sense than using player prefs there, even though player prefs is a perfect use case for this. All right. So this is our save state is our loading JSON data from the save game ID. So let's just confirm this works. All right, write to console, loading JSON data, save game ID is that. If the file doesn't exist, then we're returning a new savable data, basically an empty one. And so we should do a bug check here. So we will say file did not exist, loading an empty savable data instead. All right, so just in case that's happening, then load the JSON data from the file and convert it from the JSON to an object, which is then cast as a dictionary string. Now that's not true anymore. That was a whole hubbubaloo for myself a couple of nights ago. Hello, Raphael. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing swell. All right, so JSON data is going to be read all the text on the file path. File path here, by the way, is just our nice little application data path .json, and that's how we're saving all of the stuff. So I'm going to make sure everything here is virtual so you can override it if you want to customize your saving, save things differently. Everybody's going to have a different way of saving things. Perhaps I think a lot of people will just go with this version, especially for prototyping and building. And then when you get to the point where you know you're going to deploy on a cloud or that you're going to need encryption for your save files or something like that, then you can modify it to fit your own needs, because everyone is a unique individual, a unique flower and butterfly and snowflake, and we all need our own way to make our save files customized. All right, so where were we? Down here. So we read all the text into a JSON data, and then we are returning a savable object or savable data from that JSON data. All right, and so this gets our savable data. What is savable data? Let's find out. Go to File, Savable Data. Savable data. It's probably just a class on this, actually. Find savable data. Is it on the same file? Did I not? Oh no, it is different. Okay, I'm going to clean this up a little bit. Hold on. Close to the right and close to the left. All right. So savable data. What is savable data? And again, remember, I haven't cleaned this up, so I didn't write my notes or anything. Savable data is key values, savable key value, and savable key value is this, where it has a key and a value, both strings. The value is going to be a JSON. This will be a JSON string. Excuse me, didn't quite hit that mute button. And earlier I was trying to do a dictionary, but dictionaries don't do JSON nicely, so I made my own. So savable key value, and it's a list of, so savable data is a list of those. Basically, strings that's going to be random numbers like this save ID over here, and the value that's supposed to be passed into that, and then this script will actually handle its own stuff. I think. In fact, let's just see this. Savable, this might be savable data. I don't know. Unvalidate, save state, load state. Bringing in a string, and then, oh yeah, I didn't update this at all. That's why it's not working. All right, let's just walk through it because I need to make sure I don't get too confused, please. There are multiple steps here, and it can get a little bit confusing. But once it's done, it should be really nice because it means you can, you'll end up saving only the stuff in the scene versus, and keeping all the other scene data that you've saved. So it's a really nice system. So anyways, so save JSON data. Where were we? I've got all. Let's go back to the start. Load. All right, loading. We get the save data, so we load the JSON data. That should work. And then we load all states, and then load the game file. I think loading game file is just, yeah, loading game file. No, it's not. That's not. Okay, let's see. Loading game file. Well, let's go back. Load all states. This will take the dictionary string and push out the data in each save object. So it's not really dictionary string anymore. This will instead, I think the intent of this is this will take the savable data, find all the savable objects, and pass the proper data values to those objects so they can handle it as they so choose. All right, as they choose. Okay. Tech Dave, hi. And Raphael, you said change the kinematic controller and I have to move all the logic to a fixed update. Really? I guess that physics is supposed to be done in fixed update, I suppose. Yeah, I didn't find it in the library, but that's okay. We'll move it back after the debug phase is done. It's just easier to not go in the library. And it doesn't matter now. It'll matter for shipping, but it doesn't matter for now. So we'll just leave it at that. All right, so this is going to load all states from our savable data. And our savable data, as we discussed, is going to be a whole bunch of keys and values. The keys are going to be these keys on the savables, and the value will be the value that the savable cares about. So we are finding all savables. Do I repeat this? I do. So we are going to make a nice little thing. This is going to be a private savable array. Savables is going to be that. So savables, now see, we don't need to do savables equals savables. And that's a little bit easier to read. Not a ton, but I think find objects of type savable versus just savables is easier. And it looks like we actually don't need to, yeah, we'll just, well, if we do the find objects of type twice, then that is not very efficient, because this is not the most efficient thing, finding objects of type. So we will cache it. And why is this typo savables? It doesn't like the word savables. Did you know that? It doesn't even like the word savable. I think it's a fine word. It's being very pretentious here. All right. So we got our savables. And then for each one, we're doing a debug log. That means I'm going to delete this later. This is for my own purposes. For each savable, we're supposed to do something. Now, it doesn't look like it actually did anything here. And that is interesting. So let's just go through and check to confirm that it did not print anything out there. It should, but it may not have. And that means it didn't work. All right. Continue. It didn't. So I believe that's this line. No. Load all states. Load all states. Oh, what was I looking at? I was looking at get all states, not load all states. Okay, my bad. They're very similar, by the way. They both get the same things, but they just do different things. One adds the stuff, and the other passes them back. So they do opposite things, I guess. All right. So there are 1 states. That's from game data, so that's expected. And for each one of them, if the savable data try get value save ID, which is this ID, and as on the savable data, it's going to be the key. So try get value, and that's right here on the savable data. So we're searching the key, out the value. So basically looking for the key. If it's none, then we return a blank and return false. Otherwise, we set the value to the value we found, which is a JSON string, and return true. And so if we got the value, then we're going to say savable load state. Okay, and then let's check out savable load state. So savable now is this script over here. It's a mono behavior that goes on objects, and it just says, hey, this object has things on it that are savable. I get saved class basically. And if we look at our data, game data, that should be I get saved up here. So it is. It's a Blackboard follower, and I get saved. That's what our game data is. Load state, I can probably, I'm going to keep that just, well, this is actually, it was definitely just a test thing, and this I think is old. So we'll just delete that. We'll delete all this. We'll start over if we need to. All right. So in our load state, dictionary, this is where we go wrong. So we have our encoded values, our encoded state. Our encoded state should be itself a list of strings and strings. So, so we don't use save state here. Okay, savable data, add key value, and savable data is new savable data. Okay, so this should be parsed out into a savable data, I believe, because what we're doing is in the save state, we're shoving everything into savable data as a key value, the UID of the object, in this case the game ID, and then the save state here. UID should not be blank. That's going to be an issue there. We need UID to not be blank for these things. Everything not saved will be lost. What do you mean everything not saved will be lost? I mean, that makes sense, right? I haven't played Nintendo in a long time. So we shove them all into this savable or savable data object, which is a bunch of strings in a key value pair setup. We're going to get that back out. So our JSON encoded save state, and very nice variable name, so I remember it's JSON encoded, is going to be, we're going to say var savable data equals JSON utility dot from JSON with it's going to be savable data, that. So now we're getting our savable data out as a savable data thing. So this is gonzo because that didn't work zo, and I never went back zo to fix it zo. So it's gonzo. All right, so for each savable in savables, so all the actually this isn't right. Wait a minute. Save state, load state. We're already on savable, so this is not correct. We are now saying we're doing the opposite of this. So we have packed it and encoded it, and here we have decoded it. So now we are going to depack it, and it does say savables. Okay, well, oh, here is savables. What did I do over in the other one? Was it the other one? I did call it savables. That's confusing me, so let's change the name. Savables is I get saved. So we're going to call this I get saved objects. That's more clear to me that when we do it here, we are going to I get saved. Whoops. I get saved object. I like things to be very literal, especially when I'm working on something that I don't completely understand or I'm still trying to wrap my brain around. I don't know about you, but that is helpful for me. So now for each I get saved object in I get saved objects, which is all the components on this game object that has I get saved. In this case, only the one. And we're going to do that the same here. Savable data, and we're going to change this to I get saved object. So for each I get saved object in that, we are going to say UID equals their UID, and then savable data, try get value, search UID, out string, and then pass the value, the load state value, which is the final JSON encoded data that each object will handle however it wants. And that's what we'll finally get to now. If we go to our game data, we should be able to see that, because I think this all should work. And of course, that means that 50-50 maybe it will work. But if we I don't know what if we use that, but let's see. So on savable, it's going to call load state, and so this is load state here. We have similarly save state as JSON. So in the I get saved interface here, we have a few things. We got pre-save and post-save actions, preload and post-load actions, and then save state as JSON, again specific as JSON because it means yes, save as JSON. Although I might change that because I think we don't need to make it specific, but I maybe we do. We'll have to check on that. I want to make things as easy as possible, so having to remind people to save something as JSON is one more step that somebody could forget to do. So if we can avoid that, we will. And then load state, passing in a JSON encoded state. So on our game data, we have load state, and we also have save state as JSON. So we have our debug there. What we do on the save state, we'll start with that. We get a new game save there. And just as a reminder, so this is a demo object. So how you load and save the data for any given object is really completely up to you and up to that object. Because in this case, the things I know I need to save the UID, the game name, although the game name's no longer going to be saved here, so I probably don't need to save that anymore. I need to save the gold. I need to save the players. I need to know which player's active at any given time, so when we reload, it'll be the same active player. That's nice continuity for stuff. Yeah, it's not important, but maybe it is to somebody. And then we're passing that data. So we're making a new data, populating the data, and then we're going to pass that data as a JSON object to return. I suppose this could send an object back, and then we could do that. Let's just see that real quick. How would that work? And would that work? Let's test it real quick, because if it does work, then it's great. So let's see, add key value. So what we're gonna do is encode this as JSON here. I'm not gonna change the method name yet. I'm just gonna change the way it returns and see if that works. So I'm going to do two things. One, I'm going to fully remind myself that I just changed something and save it too, so I don't mess up. Yesterday I accidentally deleted the whole new character creation scene. Luckily, my computer backs up periodically, and it just did a little bit ago. But holy shit, I was like, God damn it! I forgot what scene I was in, and I deleted it and realized I was in the scene, the only scene that had it. So. Anyways, so it was only a 5-minute issue, but anyways, so we're going to say JSON utility.toJSON, and we're just going to pass in, this, and then that should encode it. Now, we're going to make this an object instead of a string, and so on our game data here, we will pass back an object, and instead of doing that, we're just going to return the data, and that should work. So I'm just gonna test it by saving a new game and clearing this out. Yep, okay, so let's just create a new game. We're gonna make it work. Jason, I don't know if you're watching still or if you saw this earlier, but check out this nice fun scene. Look, there's a ghost over there. There's some fading or probing lights that are going up and down, and look at the little goblin guy. I need to make the goblin go hee when you click it, because wouldn't that be fun? Anyways, and the ghost should probably go ooh when you click it. I also should probably just record my own voice going hee and ooh.
Finally, let's fight.
I'm not afraid to die.
Finally, let's.
I'm not afraid to die.
I'm ready.
She's ready. A half-orc mage in this demo game makes very little sense, because you need magic points for the mage, and even if you bump up the magic all the way, you're only going to have 11 magic points, because that half-orc is not going to do good on magic. But if you make him a knight, they'll have a shit ton of hit points. Alright, so we begin the adventure. We can pause that. I'm going to check the save data right here. It's still crazy long, so that means it's saved because it's long enough. There you go. Oh, you like the fade? There's no reverbs on the voiceover. That's probably just an artifact of whatever's going on. I did think about that, especially since here this scene's a cave. So I did think about it, but that brings into the audio mixer, and I don't currently want to deal with that. So I think I might exclude that bell and whistle from the demo scene. Or later I'll get bored and think I should do that, and then I'll add it later. But yeah, otherwise there's all this fun stuff. Oh. Turn my heater off. The main heater just came on, so I have to turn my space heater off because otherwise it gets boiling hot very quickly. You know, by the way, very much on the side, I just learned about heat pumps via a YouTube video, and that was pretty snazzy. All right, so now that we can change this, we're going to change this name. We're going to save state. Instead of save state as JSON, it's going to be save state. And we are going to keep this as JSON encoded state because what we need to do is get the data back from it as whatever it is that we pass into it. So when we save the state, we're passing in a game's data save data. We're just passing that object back. So the JSON itself, the variable, does not know what kind of data it is. It has no way of figuring that out. So that's where on the load state, we have to say, when we get from data, this is the type of object it is. I know you could. I'm actually very thankful that you would offer. I think if I did that, I probably should just do the audio mixer route because it's just the way to do it, I suppose, or one of the ways to do it in Unity, and I should learn it more. I used to know more about it than I do now. I've forgotten. It's been years since I touched it, and so I've probably forgotten. I don't think it's changed, though, in all that time. The biggest part with the audio mixer is it's a sound mixer, and if you don't know what everything does, then it's hard to say, hey, I want this reverb to sound like a cave, and an audio person might know exactly what to do for that. But, oh, pretty print. I did look into that. Does it matter? Was it from JSON to JSON? Data, pretty print. What is it? Just true or false? Yeah. So, by the way, pretty print is makes the JSON formatted in a human readable way. So, as an aside, we can quickly get, and also because I need more scene. I want to test if the scroll works properly. I think it should, but I need to test it, so I need more saved games.
I'm not afraid to die.
Sure, I'll join.
I can smash things, but I prefer hunts.
Seems like we'll have some fun.
Alright, let's quickly make a new game, and we'll check that pretty print JSON and see what the result is. Alright, that's enough of that, and let's check it, and it is this one, and it didn't get formatted. Oh, that's, you know why? You know why I didn't? Because I didn't do it on the right. I didn't do it on the right thing. I did it here, and that's not the final save. The final save is here, and file path. So one of these usages will be save JSON data is the right to file contents JSON savable data true. So that's where I needed to do it. Yep. Real quick we'll do it again. It does make the files bigger. Yes. For debugging, and I think right now we are debugging, and I've never actually used Pretty Print. I've known about it, but I've never used it.
Seems like we'll have some.
Are you sure about this?
No.
I could snatch.
Are you sure about
I could snatch things, but I prefer hunts.
Elf Scout gets magic from both personality and wisdom. And we must be
Are you
Seems like
I'm ready.
Seems like we'll have some fun.
all right. So if we look back here now, let's look at it by date modified. All right, so it is a little prettier, but I guess I need to do Pretty Print on all of them. We can see where the Pretty Print works at the top and bottom. So I guess I'd have to do a Pretty Print on everything. So what I should really do? Let's do this. Let's make this a feature. We're gonna do pretty print, and we're gonna make this a part of this options. So public bool pretty print equals true. We'll just set true for now. Whoops. And then pretty print, I used the wrong capitalization down here. So anytime we say to JSON, we're just gonna call in pretty print. And 3 times it happens here. And then savable data to JSON, nope, savable to JSON, and we will do save and load dot save and load dot pretty print. How many? Just the 2, and I think that's pretty much it. Let's try one more time. So now it's a feature of the whole system. Now you can toggle it on and off, and as long as the system is the only thing converting it to JSON, which at this point it is, then it should be all pretty.
Let's go!
Oh yes.
Let's go!
Oh yes. I've been waiting.
Are you done yet?
All right. Clicky, 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 clickety, clackety, click. I need to build a debug button. All right. Now let's look at it. Is it super pretty? Maybe it's pretty. I don't know if that's pretty. Doesn't look pretty to me. It's not pretty at all. It's not pretty. It's in a way worse. I think it's worse. I think there must be one that's not getting it. There's probably one that's not pretty print. Let's see. What other things go to JSON here? To JSON, just to confirm, there's only the 2 here, and we added it there. Game data, we can ignore this. That's working just fine. To JSON, save player data. There we go. That could be why. And okay, we can ignore that because that's actually saving properly. Saved player data. Well, let's just JSON to add. Well, that's a debug. That's only used for debug. So I just need to make sure that we call it everywhere. True. Hello, Uri. How are you? I know. I need to make a debug. I've been saying it like 5 times. Fine, I'll just make it. Jeez, god damn it. All right. It's easy enough. I just have been putting it off, you know. Where are my scenes? Right here. There are my scenes. We'll save it. Yes. I think it's pretty printed now. So we're gonna make a debug start button right down here. So we're going to make a duplicate of the start button because the start button just turns on. It's always ready to go. So debug start, and we're gonna move this over. We're gonna turn it on, and we are going to make it smaller. See how easy this was? So I'm so lazy sometimes. And we're gonna make this text say debug start, and we will make it teeny tiny. Okay, that didn't work, but we will make it like this, debug start, and that should be that. We will make it stay down there, and let's just test it. We can test the pretty print stuff all at the same time, and debug start. Oh my gosh, why didn't it work? Did I not do a thing? Why didn't it do fade to black? Oh, I don't have fade to black here. Oh, well, all right, then what we're gonna do is say if no fade to black, then if fade to black dot fade to black equals null, then we will simply say scene manager dot load scene and first scene name. That's for debugging then, because fade to black, I could bring it in here and make it a static that kills itself. Might already be that, but for the shits and giggles right now, we don't need that. All right, it's gonna throw it here though because I didn't do it there too. All right, but that's okay. Did it save? That was the important bit. Yeah, and it's still not quite right. So something, somewhere, something. There's another one. If we load it into Writer as per suggestion, what happens? Nothing. Doesn't load. Why didn't it load? Does it not just, Writer doesn't just do that? File, open. Nah. All right. Well, that's another problem that we'll do for another day. All right. Let's see. Rather than saving and returning the strings like this, you are breaking JSON. I am. I did, however, mention Jason, that the goal of the save and loading is that everything will be virtual. I haven't fixed it up yet. We're still working on it, hence the stream. But everything's going to be virtual so that if you did want to overwrite the load and overwrite the save in order to use a different format for saving and loading, and in order to perhaps encrypt things or send them to the cloud or something else, then you should be able to do that. That is the goal. Whether I set it properly or not is to be determined. I think I did. But I have a hypothesis that most people, when using this, will not care about that so much at the beginning and will only think about that later when it matters a little bit more. And so therefore, as long as the ability exists, then making it this version is easy enough and simple enough. So I think it will work for that. All right, so we were at the position here before we got so very kindly sidetracked. It was not a rude sidetrack at all. It was a very kind sidetrack. We were doing this load bit. So where's way down here at the bottom, I think. Load state. So we get from the JSON, we get the JSON encoded state, and we cast it back as a game data save data, game data save data, which is this right here. And then we put them back. UID gets put back in place. Game name gets put back in place. Gold gets put back. Players. Everything gets put back into spot. Like Humpty Dumpty, but we actually did it. Well, maybe we did. Let's find out. I think that should work. So, the ultimate test. We'll see if the last one, the random save, worked too. Continue. Well, let's actually look first at this, and we can see players are empty. Continue. Players are still empty. Well, that didn't work. All right, so let's check to see if it's actually going through. Load game file. Oh, no. This is one we're looking at. Okay, we're going to do some debugging here, debug logging here. Savable data, try get value. Okay, else debug.log could not get, what are we getting? The JSON encoded value. That shouldn't happen, but if it does, we'll know. And then load state on savable. And so we'll say debug.log loading state value is, and we'll just spit out this long ass encoded thing just to see that there is something there. Okay, and then for each savable object, debug.log checking object I get saved object dot game object. I guess it's an object already, or game object. Oh, I guess it doesn't really know if it's an I get saved object, does it? All right, we'll just see what that spits out. At least we'll know it's doing something. Oh yeah, we can get the UID. Okay, we'll get the UID. And then for each try get value, and then we'll do else debug.log did not get value for UID, and put a dollar sign there. And so I get saved load state, and that is down here. So we will now say debug.log and warning just to differentiate, or we'll do the color. How about that? Debug.log, and we'll say color equals color.blue and slash color, and then we will say in the middle of all that we will say no hash. What will we say in the middle of all that? We will say loading state, and again, just to make sure we pass it proper, we're going to say JSON encoded state. And then let's just see last thing here, debug.log. There are, count players. All right, so that should be 4. Let's just see. Let's see. All right. What do we get? What do we get? Loading state value is blank. Well, that's the first stop. Did not get value for that because it's blank. So of course. All right, that's good to know. Wait a minute, it's not blank. It's right here. We're looking for 4-1 something, and we get 3-1 something. Checking object 4-1A, object 4-1A. Okay, see, this is okay. I was getting on this earlier. UID for game data just needs to be game data, and that means nothing's going to work from here on out. So UID can be a random thing, and really, I think this needs to be something different from UID, and I'll tell you why. Because UID is a concept; it's a very common concept, but I use UID on the game module scriptable objects, so the stats, item object, etc. And that's how the game version, game stat, game item object, etc., is connected with their parent scriptable objects. It confuses things, maybe just for me, when this says get the UID. How come? Oh, Jesus, I have UID. I see. So I think what we should instead say is I get saved, not I have UID. Instead, we should just say public string savable object ID. Yep. So savable object ID, and that's going to be something unique or specific, up to you, lady's choice. And we'll replace these so it's more clear what we mean about when we're talking about UID. And then on this, instead of way up here, yeah, we will add in our missing member, which is going to be returning. We'll just do it like this: returning a savable object ID. Now, this is something you could code yourself however you want or whatnot, but in this case, what the hell did I just do? Shift 8. Wow, I didn't. Okay, so I learned a thing. First, key promoter X is the thing that's supposed to teach you how to do stuff. This turns into this mode where you get the columns. This is Shift Command 8. I did it accidentally. It was very confusing. So okay, so you can make this something that gets uniquely created, and oftentimes that will be the case. But that should be done outside of runtime. You should never do this during runtime. In fact, I'll make a note here. So note, savable object ID needs to be unique on the object which has savable script on it. It does not need to be random, but it can be, so long as it is the same all the time. If it is randomly generated, ensure this happens at edit time, not runtime, and is then the same from that point on. Just a note. All right, so we're going to get the savable object ID. So we'll just put this up here, and we will say plumbing required. So public string savable object ID. I think that should work now. And if we go all the way back down here, we're going to get that, and we never set it, but that's okay. In this context, we do not. Actually, in this context, I'm going to set it right here, and it's going to be called game data. Game data. I already saved, so I don't know if it will pull up over here, but maybe it will. Also, I did it wrong. I have an underscore there, and it shouldn't be an underscore, so it is there. All right. Okay. All right, so all right, we need to now then, because we just did all that, we need to make a new game and get a new save file out of it. So we will now get a new one. See, with the pretty thing, I can't quickly see that this is populated, but that's okay. All right, so now let us see what happens. I don't know if I did enough to actually fix it, but I did something, so we'll see how far we get. Players is empty. We click continue. Players is not empty. Wow, that seemed to have worked. Let's just confirm, because I want to just check that. I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't get the stuff unless it was right, because there's no creation code here. So this must be right. But let's do one where we do have some skills and stuff, just to be absolutely sure of things. So we're going to call this, well, this is going to be Mr. Storey, and this is going to be a human barbarian, of course. And then
Sure.
we have Gad header,
If that's what you want.
and
Are you sure
Lurs,
about this?
and
Finally, let's
Grabrala,
fight.
and okay, we give them some names and some stuff, and so let's start, and we can then press play and continue and confirm that everything is as male barbarian. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Where's the name saved? Where is the name saved? Well, we got the skills. So these are indeed the skills we chose. I don't know where the name is saved. That's interesting. Where is the name saved? Let's see. This is on the class demo actor and name actor name actor name private string actor name. Oh, it's a private string demo actor private string. Well, how do we actor name? I see. It's just private. So that's all. So yeah, we'll it works. Okay. Wow, look at that. It works. So that's exciting, right? I think that's exciting. I won't bore folks with the whole cleanup process. I don't know if cleaning up the scripts and refactoring is boring. It might be. Maybe it's not boring. Maybe it's exciting. So the thing is now we've got the structure fairly good. I think it's good where any object that needs data to be saved will get that saved. And so I'm gonna just as a test to confirm that I understand how to do that, we're going to create a new object. And we're gonna okay. Yes, we'll create a new test object and we'll say don't destroy unload. So create an empty object and we're going to say save load test, and we're going to say this is don't destroy unload. So that'll keep it around, and then we're going to also say savable. So now it's savable. It gets its own ID. Now that's automatically populated, which is a very fancy thing. It's not that fancy. It populates with the onValidate, so it should just populate. But if not, you can always I think no you can't. I thought I had a button to redo it, but anyways, it populated. And then we're going to do a new script on this, and so I'm just going to kind of put this outside of everything because I'm just going to create script, save load test, and in save load test we will do a couple things. We're going to say I get saved and implement all that shiznits. And then we are going to say this is going to have some values on it. So value public string test string and public bool test bool, and we'll do public int test int. And then on the save state and load state, so on this object ID we're going to return test ID, and then on these two, let's just move all of these up because we're not going to do anything with the other things. So we'll just make this do this, and all right. So on save state, we're going to make an object. So we need to we're going to do a struct. I'm going to do this similar as I did before, and I'm going to try to do it from the top of my head. This is my own little test thing. So let's see. I think we have to do it outside of this public struct save load test data. Did it include that? It does not include this, and it's going to have a few things. We're going to say string test string, string, and I don't know if these need to be public or private, but let's find out. Private bool test bool, private int test int. So these are the things I'm going to be saving essentially. This struct is the object that I'm going to be saving. So in save state, we're going to say new save or var data equals new save load test data, and then we're going to say test string equals test string, and it looks like it. Oh, and none of those, just a comma. Test bool equals test bool, and it looks like they have to be public. And then test int equals test int, and then the semicolon goes there. We will make these public, and that should fix that. And then we're going to return data. Data. And then for this one, we will go the opposite. So we're going to say that var data equals JSON utility dot JSON, or from JSON to JSON to save load test data, the JSON encoded state, and then test string equals data dot test string test bool equals data dot test bool, and test int equals data dot test int. And that means essentially what we're doing, every object is unique. It's going to care about different things to save. It's, some things care about some things, other things care about not other things. The idea here is that why this have to be coded by you is because I don't know what your objects look like or what they care about. But it's not terribly difficult to create a save state and a load state method. They're opposites, and we should be able to modify the data, have it save, and then when we load up with continue, it should just work. So right now, we're going to press play. We're going to see our save and load test. We have, I should probably add the script onto it. That would be useful. So we can see that there's nothing there. But when we press play, we're going to do a test string here. So I hope this works. And then, yes, true. And then 1 million or billion or trillion or whatever that is for the int. Then we're going to go to a new game and click the debug start. That should save the value. And I may have actually clicked it twice because, yeah, I need to do there needs to be a flag that says once it is turning on, it will intercept things. So we'll fix that in a second for the fade to black. We just need to turn on, I believe, raycast target. Let's find out. Yeah, so since it's raycast target, I can't click anything. So the idea is that on fade to black, as soon as we start fading in, raycast target turns on, and then you can't click anything because it's blocking your raycasts. So we'll fix that in a bit. But now the most important bit is looking at our save and load test, and if it all worked, when we click continue, this should just populate. Oh, I blocked myself. Okay, we don't remember to turn that off. All right. Ah, freaking shit, it worked. How cool is that? I would like to thank my friends who helped me. Some people on YouTube who didn't know they helped me. A guy named Jason and another guy named Jason and a guy named Uri. And I think those were the folks who helped me. And then my own brain for putting it all together and figuring it out and understanding it and making it cool. Made it cool. So let's fix this real quick. We got to turn this off for now. So what we're going to do in the fade to black, go to file, fade to black. I think this is something that we should, I don't know do we need to make it an option? Should it just always be the case? I think it should always be the case that if you're fading in and out from black, you can't click on things. But we can make it an option. So public bool block raycast when active equals true. And then let's see, we have our start fade in and start fade out. So when we start to fade in, we will say if we're blocking, then image dot raycast raycast target equals true, and then for the fade out, at the end of fading out, we will do the opposite here, false. That means that if for some reason you have a system where you just never want people to click, maybe it's like a something, I don't know, a cutscene or something, then you can just turn that off and just have it block raycasts all the time. But let's see if that worked. Yep, seems to work. So, yep, worked. Nice. Nice. It's nice when things just work. Isn't that a good feeling? Isn't that like, I think that's the best feeling when things just work. And I just had that feeling with this save load test thing that made me feel warm and fuzzy inside. What's interesting about this is now we could have a second one of these. So save load test here. Nope. Save load test. So we can actually have two of these. And in theory, they should both work independently, except that I made them the same ID, and that's an issue. So so we should then, just as a test, because it is a test, we will now expose this as a thing. So public string saveable object ID, and we will then pass that back instead. And then we will give us thing 1 and thing 2. So let's do that real quick. Thing 1 and thing 2, and we shall make a rhyme. Please write me a Dr. Seuss rhyme, style rhyme about two objects in Unity called thing 1 and thing 2, or two, I guess, classes in Unity called thing 1 and thing 2, which are on the same object and do the same thing but do them differently. Alright, so while that's writing us a nice rhyme, we're going to test this out, and then we'll read the rhyme, because that is what you came to the stream for rhymes made by ChatGPT. So in this one, we're going to have I like pie, and this one says I like a cake, and this one is true, this one's false, this one's going to be negative 5,000, this one's going to be just about 1, and we're going to do a new game, and we're going to save, and then we're going to stop, and then we're going to play continue, and it should just work. And that's pretty suave, because it does. And what's neat is that you don't have to do much. You don't have to do much. You just have to make sure that you have those methods on it, and that the object is savable, and they have different save objects IDs, and you're set. All right, here's the rhyme. I'm going to read it, and you're welcome for this. I know you didn't pay any money for this stream, so you're probably going to feel like you're taking advantage of me, and you are. But, you know, if I don't live to serve, why am I alive? Once upon a time in a Unity land, there was an object with a helping hand. It had two classes, thing 1 and thing 2, both on the same object, but different to view. Thing 1 did its job with much care, with a method neat and a method fair. Thing 2, on the other hand, did the same task, but in a different band. That was an awkward rhyme. Or cadence. One used for a for loop, and the other a while. One used a vector, the other a pile. Both got the job done in their own way, but together they made the object play. So if you ever need a helping hand, just remember thing 1 and thing 2, oh so grand. Together they work in perfect harmony, just like a rhyme in Unity. That wasn't so bad, right? I couldn't have written that so quickly. I mean, it did a better job. I could fix it up and make it better, because I did not like the whole thing 2, on the other hand, did the same task, but in a different band. The problem is thing 1 did its job with much care. That's like thing 1 did its job with much care. That's 8 syllables. Thing 2, on the other hand, well, it's 7. Thing 1 did its job with much care. 8 and 7. Well, it still didn't make it work. But I didn't like this line, but everything else I liked. Isn't that cool? I should make a whole Chat GPT produced nursery rhyme book about coding in Unity, and all images by Midjourney, and then just sell that to all the developers out there. Hold on one second. All right, I'm back. So that's pretty sweet. I am super thrilled that this works, and now we get to do something else, which is cooler. Or, no, not cooler. That was pretty cool. Oh, can I undo that delete? I don't want to delete that yet. Good. So what I want to do, I want to think about what else I can do to the save and load, and write some comments out and see how to clean it up. So I think I want to write a note here. Pre and post save load actions are optional, but and can utilize the main blackboard to get. Well, no. When do we call these? Okay, save and load state will be unique for each class they are handling, and is something you get to write for yourself so that you get exactly what you want saved. All right. When do I call these? I think I call them in the save and load. Do I call them in save and load? Do they get called at all? I don't know, actually. That's a good question. I don't think they get called. Where does this get called? Yeah, so this is okay, this is I guess what I thought it was. It's gonna be like this. So I'm gonna put this copy code here, and can be activated when the blackboard event is received if your object also follows the main blackboard. See code example below. And then I'm going to put a code example below. So we're going to just go like this. So we will put that there, and we will make this like that. And we will then say example of how to utilize the pre-save and post-save actions with the receive event method from the blackboard. So those are automatically sent out, and then you can choose to do what you want. You can also call these, of course, from your own stuff, saying, oh, we're going to do it. I'm going to do a pre-save action before I save, etc., etc. So that's that. That's nice. Okay, I cleaned that up a little bit. Start button, fade to black is cool. I like fade to black. This was supposed to be just a fade to black, but now it turned into a kind of a scene loader as well, because it loads scenes for you automatically if you pass in the scene to load. So there's that. Save load test, demo actor, game data, savable. Clean this up. Okay. Add this to any object that has a save clean class is required. Each object or each class on this object which is I get saved must have a unique save object ID. Was it save object ID? I should make sure I get that right. I get saved Is that why I called it? Savable object ID. Savable object ID, which does not change at runtime. All right. But they can be non-unique between objects. It's just once you get to this state where it's on the same object, they have to be unique. All right, so save ID is unique identifier. Yep, it should be populated with the onValidate method, but there's a context menu, which didn't seem to work. But I don't know. Maybe I just clicked in the wrong spot. It worked the other day, so I probably just clicked in the wrong spot. Used to automatically set the value. It saved a dictionary. It doesn't save a dictionary. An object with all save game file. Okay. So clean it up. Disable data object. Debug.logs can be removed. Debugs.log can be removed. So we can now just return this instead of all that. And we can delete this and make this a little bit smaller and make this come out like that. And since we did that, might as well do that. No, not that. Okay. Free savable object. Okay. And then load state. This is the opposite of save state, and we'll decode a string, JSON encoded string, which contains a savable data object. Then we will send the value of each value to each I get saved object on this or class on this object, game object. All right. So we don't need this debug, and we don't need this debug, and we don't need this debug. And we can probably put this right here instead. We don't need UID or to confuse ourselves any more than we did earlier. Okay, and then grabs all the I get saved objects or classes. I keep saying the wrong word. Classes on this game object. Here's a question. Will this also get classes on the thing? So if my game data has players and the players, each one is I get saved, would this gather all of them as well? That would be interesting as well if it did. So we should test that. Let's go to our save and load test. I'm going to test this. Save and load test. What? Save load test. So we are going to have save load test, and there's going to be a new class. We're going to write a new class here. We're going to say public class save load child is going to be a mono. It's not going to be mono, but it's going to be I get saved. Nope, I get saved. And we're going to implement all the members, and then we will go to our, well, we're going to say public float value, and we'll do a struct here too. So public struct save load child data, and that's going to be public float test float, or just say float value to keep it the same. And then on our save state, we're going to do the exact same thing. So I'm just going to kind of copy these, and then we'll put them over here. We're going to say test load child, was it? See, I should have just save load child data. And then we're going to say float value equals float value. And then down here, float value equals data dot float value. So that should do our saving and loading. We do need a savable object ID. So we'll just do a public string ID, and we'll return ID. And then what we're going to do on our save state, on our save load test here, we're going to do context menu, make a list, and then private or public void make list. We don't need to check it twice. And then we're going to say, public list save load child child list equals new list save load child. And then we're going to do child list dot add new save load child, and then child list. We're going to just hack this together. Last one, child list. Last one dot ID equals random dot range between 0 and a whole bunch, and this is going to be a string. It's got to be Unity engine random, and that's to string. To string. Okay, so it'll give us a random one. We're going to do that twice when we make list, and let's just see if this works. Serializable. Make sure these are serializable. All right, so we have our child list. I'm going to make a list. We got element 1, element 2. All right, so we're going to make this a random number and a random string, and then we will go to our new game and save. And so if it does get all children, then these should be populated as well. Although I guess it would be saved like that too. Well, we might get a printout of numbers. Let's see. No, I took away the debugs, didn't I? So well, in this case, it didn't actually do it at all. Let's do another check here. I didn't change these values, so I want to see if those values do get changed. So test true and a number. Whoop. A number. Okay. And then we'll test this as a 0. I put not numbers, but okay, float values, and then we will do the new game and the debug start. Okay, and I don't know what all this will return. Game data will return test string, test bool, test, and this includes thing 1 and thing 2. This is the problem, is will return key values thing 1 and thing 2. Where is this being called? Save and load 158 is for each savable. Okay, this is thing 1 and thing 2. Okay, I'm looking to see if there's a will return for, this is for all the things. So it's not, doesn't seem to be getting the children of this. Okay. New game. Save it, and now let's continue. Okay, so it doesn't seem to get those things. And so let's just confirm then that this is actually blocking it. If the child is not that, then nothing else will be done on it. So let's just put in some data, save it, and test. Testing. So we'll make this that, we'll make that that, we'll make that that, and then we'll do 0.5, and we'll do whatever time 0.5, and we will say new game and debug start and stop and play and continue. Oh, you know what we did? God damn it. We didn't actually set those in the save state. That's why it wasn't working. All right, so but we did up here. So essentially, I think I'm confirming for myself that no, children in a list will not be included in that call to get all of the I get saved. So that confirms that sufficiently enough for me. All right, so now I believe we can just turn this off. Excuse me, we can turn that off. And then, oh, I do need to figure out if these are actually deleting. So I don't think they are. So we're going to look at the load game. I also need to change this X because it goes down and it's not supposed to do that. It's got some wrong numbers there. And so for this X, when we click it, it should delete the game. And before we do that, that should be the last game. So I think there's a debug that shows us the last game. Okay, last game is 4DA, and in here we see that 4DA right here. So it should delete this file when we say load game and delete and delete. And did it delete 4DA? It does not seem to have deleted 4DA. Nope, it's still there. All right, but it did delete it from the list. So now when we go up here, the last time it'll still say 48, and this is actually a good call out as to why I need to change right now before I forget the way the load works with player prefs. It should not load, player prefs should not be used, player prefs, because of that exact issue. If somebody were to delete the last save game, then this would be pointless. To find confirm save, note the player prefs used to store the UID of the last same game. Not anymore. All right, and now in our continue button, we, instead of doing the player prefs, okay, got clicked, load the scene with the fade, and instead of this, we are going to, for our last game file equals save and load dot game list dot game files. We're going to just say last game file. And we're going to make this a method here and save and load. And save and load is going to be find order by load game list is when we do that. We need to do this when we save the game list too. So instead of when we load, we should actually do this when we save. So this orders it by the system time. And so for our and this actually might have a bug because I noticed the system time is a string. Therefore, I don't know if it's ordering it by the actual time code or if it's just ordering it by the string, in which case, August might always be first. So that might be a bug I need to check on. So we need to say when we save, file path, game list, file game list. Saving game list. Okay, first we need to order the list. Order the list. So that's where we game list.gamefiles equals that ordered by. All right, and then here we don't need to order it anymore because it's being ordered when we save the game list. And then in our new method, last game file, we can say we're going to return the game list.gamefiles 0. And that should give us the last one, or it will say out of range if we try to do that, which is okay because that should never happen in your game. And if it does, then you need to fix your shit, and then we might need to fix our shit right here. I don't think so though, because the button doesn't work unless there's a save. Actually, I need to change that logic too, but yes. Actually, let's finish changing that logic. Let's me fix my shit. All right, so we're gonna get the last game file, and then the name is going to be that.scene. What are we getting? Last save game dot. Okay, wait a minute. This is just checking. So if last game file equals null, then we will do this. So we can actually, okay, yeah, I can be nice about it. Last game file will do this. Oops. Nope. Yes. If last game list dot god damn it. What am I doing? Game list dot game files dot count equals 0, then return default. Otherwise, return that. All right. And we can turn this into a nice shorter string here, or shorter line as well. And just return this. All right. That's what we'll do. Okay. And so now it's possible that could be null. And if it's null, we'll catch that there and return. Otherwise, we're going to load the last one dot save save last game file dot, wait a minute, game file. It's a game file. Excuse me. All right, so game file, last game file dot save game ID, and then last game file dot scene name. All right, and then more player prefs are down here. We don't need to check on that. We will still keep that debug for now. So let's see. So this is just going to check the status. So all this really cares about is whether there are more than one saved game. So instead of checking for the has key, we're going to say if save and load dot game list dot game files dot count is greater than 0, then we might be true. And I think the only really issue here is yeah, I think that's all it should check for. If there is one file, then that's the one we're going to load. So we can really then just say that goal equals, if this is greater than true, then color on, otherwise color off. And the rest doesn't matter. And player prefs dot last game file dot save game ID. Okay, no more player prefs here. Player prefs, nope, good. All right, let's see if that works and we don't get any random errors. All So that seems to work. Game data has data. Nope, no players. Why doesn't it have players? Let's just confirm I didn't mess everything up. Let's do a new game. We'll debug start. We have players. Play. Continue. We have no players. Why do we have no players? The last one was 3-5E, and it is not loading 3-5E. It's loading 2A, which is the earliest one. So it seems perhaps like it's ordering it in the wrong order. So what's the dealio? I think when we let's just fix the potential bug. Having system time be human readable is good. Game file. But if we want to be clear, I also think we need system time int. So it's going to be an int and time code. What are you going to say? Time code? Maybe that's the right term. And so we'll save that there and then go to file, save, and load. Let's see, game list is what we need. Game list is going to get system time, and system time code is not going to be that, but we'll fix that. Time code is going to be date time now. There we go. What does date time now give us? Probably a float. Oh, it's just date time now dot. Does it do? What are our options? Let's ask ChatGPT. Where's ChatGPT? ChatGPT, where are you? I must have closed you. Okay. What's the best way to get a int out of datetime now in C#/Unity, where the greater the value, the later in time it is? Ticks. Okay. And what does this give us? It's a long. All right. So this must be long. I'm assuming that's a long integer. And we are looking at game list. All right, so now we're getting that set, and then we're gonna do our order by descending time code. And you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do it here as well. We're gonna do it there, and we're also gonna do it here. And since we're doing it twice, we're going to do private void list of game list ordered list with a list game list, and then we're going to return This isn't right. Value. This isn't right. I'm doing that wrong. Fine, we won't do it. It's slightly more efficient, I suppose, or whatever, but it doesn't really matter. Not for this purpose. I'll do it later. Just want to see if it loads it properly now. Now, they're all going to be 0 at the start. So what I'm going to do is do a new game. Debug start. And stop that. We will look at the last file. Is this AFE? So we should see that in our game list now. System timecode is sure enough that. And let's do one more. New game. Another one. All right. And now in our time code, we should have 2. This one is indeed a little bit higher. I don't know. I can't read this. 930 versus 956. All right. So yes, it's indeed a little bit higher. So just in case this would be ordered by days of the week, we didn't want that. So now 5CCCCCC is our last one. So if we click continue, we should load up 5CCCCC. We are loading up 5CCCC, and there are things. I think what was happening before, I was loading up an earlier version that didn't have the player data saved or didn't have it saved properly. So there we go. All right. Now, that does not fix the problem that I started with, which is that the things aren't deleting as we would like them to. And this isn't scrolling as I would like it to. Why not? Is it not scrolling? I hate Unity UI for this reason. But I also want to fix that X thing. So let us do stuff. Let us go to the character creation scene. No, what am I looking at? Demo scenes. Party-based RPG demo scene. We are looking at the prefabs for the title, and that's going to be this prefab. And this prefab has on it a delete game button that has on it one of these has on it a scalar, and we want to remove this from here. So I'm going to just copy component and remove it. And this one, remove it, and then we're going to put it on this instead. Paste component as new, and yes, 10% should be sufficient. The scale is off though here, so why is the scale off? Because of something. So I'm just going to copy this, and we'll add a little bit to the, what's about 10% more than this would be 0.5 maybe. Okay, we'll save that and save it. All right, so when I click that, it should delete the game, and it's updating the game list, but it's not updating the games themselves. All right, so good. It's growing just a little bit. So delete. It's not actually deleting the game itself. The file is 909, and the file is still here. I believe 909. What? Wait, did it delete it? It just didn't delete the meta. Oh, my bad. It was deleting it, just wasn't deleting the meta file. All right, that's fine. So it works. All right, so why isn't the scroller working? Why isn't the scroller working? I don't know. I actually don't know this one. I really don't. I've never enjoyed using the scroll in this. And so, all right. Honestly, I don't. It's supposed to automatically work, right? Viewport, content. Do we need the content size fitter? I think. Content. Yeah, I think we need a content size fitter. Content size fitter. Horizontal, preferred size, I think. Vertical, unconstrained. I think that might solve it. If memory is correct. No, it didn't. Vertical fit, preferred size. I don't. That just made it weird. Now we. Okay. Min size. All right. That did the trick. All right. So it need to be min size, preferred size. Now, does it start at the top? I didn't check that. I didn't notice. It did. Now I got these. I see. It's a hover. Okay. I got it. So now let's fix the damn colors. We will put this up here. All right. So scroll bar vertical. The color, we'll just make this pretty dark black. Not completely black, but pretty dark. And then the sliding area, and then the handle. Handle. Sliding area. Why was the handle only colorful when we clicked it? But let's make this that nice purple color that I was enjoying. And we'll make it like that. Why then? Hello, Jeremy Burt. How are you? All right. Well, that's good enough. Good enough for movies. All right. So I'm going to delete all these old games because they are broken and busted and will cause issues. So we're going to keep just the latest ones. And then let's do the load game. I don't know if this will work. I don't think I got this working yet. Oh, there was a bug there and I didn't see it. Unassigned exception. The variable audio source of menu saved game button is not there. Audio source is not there. Indeed, it's not. Does it have one itself? We should just give it one itself, I think, because that would just be the easiest thing to do. Audio source, and then audio source will be itself. Okay. And so does that work? I think it won't load still. I still think I need to do whatever on the load itself, but all right, there you go. So yeah, so let's go into the saved game button. What happens when we click? We want to do the load scene, but really what we want to do is something completely different. We want to do more like the continue button. What happens when the continue gets clicked? We do this and we do the fade to black, yada yada yada. So when this one gets clicked, we want to do the same thing. So we do the base got clicked, and then we just force this to be color on because it's inheriting from another class that doesn't really have all the, we don't really care about a lot of it there. So we're forcing it to be on, doing the got clicked, which plays the sound essentially, and then we will do all this. But instead of the last file, we'll do something different. So load the data and do the fade to black. So we will load the data, which is on this game file saving ID, start saving game file thing saving in, and that should do the trick. And we don't need then this load scene at all. All right. Excellent. I'm glad you're doing just fine. Well, actually, if you think about it, saying just fine means I could be better. So I understand just fine. You probably meant I'm doing just fine. Not I'm doing just fine. Language is weird. Load game. Did it work? It did. All right. That means we have, I think, all the various things hooked up here. We can continue, we can load a game, we can delete games, we can create new games, and save those games. So now we need to stop confusing everybody by the fact that this demo world scene looks just like the other scenes. So we will... Let's see. I want to be able to test this scene with the last saved data as well. So I'm going to do something. We're going to start by... well, we'll just turn this canvas off. And then we'll create the world a little bit. And the world's going to be beautiful. All right, so... All right, we need a terrain. I was just thinking out loud. Terrain. And I don't like it always starts in the corner. So minus 250, minus 250. Now, zooms on that, and we're going to create a new empty object called the world, and at the world it's going to be 0, 0, and the terrain will be in the middle of the world, or give or take. We'll put the world up here, and we will also need a camera to look around the world for now, and we will put it up here, and we'll put it at 0, 0. And we will put it at height 1, and it's now looking at the world. That's very nice. What else do we need? That should be fine for now, but we need the data. So we don't have any data in here at all. And so I think we can take our prefabs. I think in the main, game data. So we'll bring our game data in here and duplicate this so we just have it specifically there. And what we're going to do is create a new object that loads the data if it doesn't already exist. Because at the beginning right now, if we just press play, game data should be just empty because there's nothing there. So that's fine. If we had loaded it, then it would destroy itself because there can only be one and another one will already exist and will have the static reference to it. So what we want to do is add another object here. So another new object, load last saved data, and we'll put this under game data, and we will add a new script, and this script is just going to be right here. We'll create C# script called load last saved data. Oops, and I'll have to change the name here. And then we're going to do namespace.infinity.modules.demo. And all this is going to do is first we're going to check to see if game data players is 0. So using static infinity modules demo.game data. So on private void awake, we're going to start a coroutine. Private void or I enumerator. Whoops. I enumerator check on data, and so start coroutine check on data. And first, check on data is going to wait for game data to be available. So while game data equals null, it's going to yield return null. Return null. I can't. Return null. All right. It's going to yield return null. And then once we have game data, we're going to say if game data dot players dot count is greater than 0, then yield break. And you know what we're also going to do? We're going to destroy this object. Destroy game object. And then if it's not, then we will say load the last saved data. So we're also going to need a reference. We'll use the same pattern here. Infinity PBR modules.save and load. And so we're going to say save and load dot load, and save game ID is going to be save and load dot last game file dot save game ID. So we can do that, or fancy method, we can just say load last game. So last game file right here, down here we'll just do a public void load last game, and this is going to say load last game file dot save game ID, and we will do it like this, and then we will make this load last game, and then in our, what did I call it? Why do I have so many things up? Load last save data. We'll just say save and load last game. There we go. So this is going to check on it, and if it's not populated, then we will populate it with the last save data. Load last saved data. And if it is populated, then it should just destroy the object, so it won't even know that's there. So game data now has data. Yes, yes, yes. No, it doesn't, because this didn't work. Why did that not work? What are we looking for here that wasn't found? 24. Save and load wasn't found. Okay, well that's interesting. Or save and load equals null. So if either one of those are null, then we'll wait. Why isn't save and load here? Oh, I never added it. So this must have been copied before I had the save and load thing. So we'll just bring that over. That's why. All right, save that and press play. And game data has the data. Perfect. And the last thing we need to do is destroy this as well, because either way we don't need it in the scene anymore. And basically we're just going to bring this into every scene, so I need to make it a prefab. All right, there we go. And then so every scene will have this. There's only going to be 2 scenes, but that means that when we start the game, in that scene we'll just get the last data, and it won't matter. So there we go. All right, next step will be putting the if we go back to the other scene, if we go back to the character creation scene, these portraits will be somewhere else, probably down at the lower part of the screen. And there will be the health bars, the other bars. So basically the general UI of the game. It's going to be, this is, if you know Legend of the Stones, the game I've been working on, this is going to look very similar to that, but without 3D models. It's going to be the 2D. I mean, I'm going to put in some pretty funny looking characters, using just primitives with Mid-Journey faces on them and stuff. So it'll be fine, but just to get the point across. And we'll build basically a small game. With a small game that's going to demonstrate things with the game module. So basically, a lot of the features or all of the features of the game models will be demonstrated through the demo scene. Questing, some simple combat, stuff like that. So conditions and other things. So a fair amount of just debug buttons, I think, to add conditions or to heal, stuff like that. So the next step will be to do that. And the goal is that when we press play, so we're going to debug start here, is that when this loads the scene, the fade should have happened. It didn't. And this shouldn't have happened. Why did this happen? Oh, there's no fade to black. I guess fade to black should be in every scene too. Yeah, let's fix that because that's going to annoy me. So fade to black is right here. Let's just make this a prefab main fade to black, and so this does have a stack reference, and And so instead of destroying the game object, we're going to destroy the transform.parent.game object, because this is a child of the canvas and we want to destroy the canvas. And so we will now, okay, we'll now add it to the other scenes as well. Here, save, yes, prefabs, main, canvas fade to black. That should work. And let's just confirm. Yep, all right. And then we'll save that scene and we'll add to the demo world as well. Fade to black, prefab, main, fade to black. All right. So now let's go back to the scene. That should remove that null reference, I believe. All right. So debug log, fade to black, good. Fade out from black, perfect. It worked exactly as it was supposed to. And then, yeah, so the idea is that these objects will be down here. They'll be there already, but they don't know what they do until they get populated. So they're all going to have essentially on a start an IEnumerator, just like the others that look for game data. And if once game data is available, they'll populate themselves. So it takes a couple frames for that to happen. And in fact, I can already tell you that the fade is going to need an update because it takes a couple frames. In some cases, like if we're just playing, if it's the game is already on, it's not going to take a couple frames because the data is already there. But if we're populating the data from a load file or something like that, it might take a couple frames. So in our fader here, fade, nope, go to file, fade, and fade to black. When we come back from black, fade in, fade out. On our fade out, while we wait for the blackboard, we're gonna be waiting. But then once the blackboard's available, let's do a yield return 2, and that's gonna wait 2 frames essentially, or 1. 1 will do 2 frames, I think. And so this will give us 2 frames for all those things to populate themselves and then update their images before the data gets seen there. So yeah, so we can kind of start that. I got time. I think I'm not terribly tired. How long have I been doing this? Ooh, 2 hours, 13 minutes. That's not so bad. So we'll move on a little bit. We'll keep doing a little bit more. Open up our demo world. What just happened? I guess it hadn't imported everything. Open up our demo world. Yeah, we can save that. And we're going to start with, let's see, we need our canvas demo objects is not going to be demo objects anymore. It's going to be canvas and we'll say player, just game UI, I guess. We'll just name it that. There's no background, so we can delete this. There are no titles and no buttons, so we can delete all those as well. And this is going to be a prefab, and it's going to be a UI prefab, so we'll put that there. And what is this going to have? It is going to have a panel for our player portraits. So let's create that. Panel, where is our panel? Panel, where is it? UI panel, there it is. And we're gonna call this player portraits. And it's way too big. It's going to be stretching from the bottom. So I think that means it needs to do this. But really, I'm gonna say let's do that because I still don't completely get the UI. It's so annoying. I think that this is about the right height for them to be. And we're going to make this a grid layout group. And inside each grid layout group, we're going to throw in a portrait. So we do have a prefabs for the portraits, which we're going to make new versions of. Character creation, portrait masks. So we're going to we're gonna fix this essentially, and make this a new thing. So we're gonna unpack the prefab completely, and we're gonna call this player portrait, and then make this a new thing. All right. Then we need to get rid of a bunch of stuff. We don't need these. Open prefab. Okay. We don't need these. We don't need the character name. And we don't need the race and class. We do need the rest, and the rest is fine. So we will do the button. Creation button got clicked. Okay, we're going to remove that component though. We are going to use this button, but removing that component. Creation player image, we're going to remove that. We're going to make new scripts for these for runtime purposes. But that's fine there, that's fine there. And creation portrait, remove that. It's going to have an audio source of its own. Excuse me. Didn't hit the button. That time I did. So we're going to create a new script, but we won't do that now, and this border will get that script. So for now, we'll be okay. To do what we're going to do, actually, we do need the script. So what we're going to do is create that script now, and it will be under UI, and it's going to be create script. We're going to say player portrait. So namespace infinity modules.demo, because this is indeed a demo script that you can steal from if you'd like. And we're going to do, what are we going to do? We need a public void got clicked, and do something there. Debug.log I got clickety clicked. And then we need a public enumerator setup, and while and we will have our using static infinity modules demo.game data, while game data equals null, yield return null, and then do something. And then we will do here private awake. We will start coroutine setup. Make sense? So on awake, we start coroutine to set up. Setup waits for the game data to be available, and then we do something which is going to be basically populating the portrait. And we have our got click. So now we can quickly take our border and say that when we click our border, we're saying this got clicked, but this needs its script on it. I need to spell things right, player portrait. And so now our border can go to player portrait got clickety clicked, and save this out. It won't do anything yet, but it exists. And so now we can figure out why it's really, really tall. And why is it really, really tall? Is it because this is 100? Probably. No. Interesting. Let me do something. Create a panel. All right, so this is the actual size, and this just happens to be huge. Why is that? Doesn't look like... this is why. 111. All right. And the mask. Why is the mask so huge then? Oh, interesting. So the mask isn't getting scaled by the rest? Interesting. I would expect the mask to be scaled. Oh shit. Okay. It's doing the whole thing. Well, I'm surprised it's not gain scaled. That's all. So let's just do, it's 2 to 1, so we'll do 60 and 90. Oh, that was actually pretty accurate. Oh yeah, okay. Was it accurate? That was pretty accurate. Okay, but let's make this the right size now. All right. It's too tall. So if the right height for this is going to be 280, do some math. What's 280 divided by 3 times 2? I don't know either, not off the top of my head. I could think about it, but I don't want to think about it. So 280 divided by 3 is an odd number. So we're going to do 90 and 270. How about that? 90, 270. Wait a minute. Oh, 180 by 270. All right. And that's not even right because we're going to need space on the two sides for the other thing. So we'll say 270 by 270. Give us some space. We can adjust this later. For the player portrait itself, it's now being controlled by that. This is not, and the border is clearly not. All right, so we're going to put the mask will be height 270, 180 for the width, same for the border, 180, 270, and then the raw image itself, 180, 270, and that is that. All right, and then we've got space on the left and right now for health and magic bars. Player portrait itself is above the bottom of the screen, so that's fine. We're going to be turning off this background. I faced this issue with, and maybe one of you knows this, I want this to be centered. I don't want it to be left to right. I want it to be centered. And in the grid view, or grid layout group, it only does left or right. You can't do center. Child alignment, can you do middle center? Oh, yes, you can. Ha, my bad. Never mind. Oops. All right, so player portraits, remove the panel. Okay, good. Apply all those. So we're going to have 4 player portraits. And I'm going to make this 0 so we can see that it should be player 0. We'll add the health bars and stuff later. We will turn this. It is not a raycast target, and it is going to be this, and we do not need that. All right. And so now they're going to be looking for who they belong to. We know that these belong to 1, 0, 1, 2, and 3, so we can hard code these, but we're going to serialize field and system.serializable, so I don't forget. Serialized field is going to be private int player index equals 0, and then we will, let's see, will he ever change the player index? I suppose in an advanced version you can change the order, but in this one, no. So 0, 1, 2, and 3. All right, so now they know who they belong to. So now in our setup, we are going to say, well, we need a reference to our raw image, so serialized field, private raw image, and we need the right reference to the UI in here. And so set raw image, And what are we doing? Set raw image. Private void set raw image. And in this, we're going to say raw image dot image dot no not dot image dot texture equals game data dot players dot portrait texture. And we don't have that yet, but we're going to get that right now. We're going to create it right now. Hey, I said we're going to create it. Okay, I guess we're not. Players, oh, because I do need to do this. Player index equals that. And instead of doing all this, I'm going to say player. So we're going to make a property for this. We're going to say public demo actor player is going to be equal to that. So player portrait texture, and then we can now create that here. And so where do we store our texture? I think I store it somewhere. Portrait, no. Texture, no. Raw image, no. What is the texture? How do we save our texture? Oh. Maybe we don't. Return to sender. And debug.log fix this or update whatever. Whatever. Okay. So we're going to update that later. I think we might not actually save it, and I think we do need to save it. So let's go back to our title or other scene, our creation, nope, not title, creation scene. I think we just send right now a note saying we change it, but we're not necessarily storing it. So let's check out that button. And so we are looking at this button. All right, player portraits, player mask, panel, left arrow does what? Portrait selection button. Got clicked. Switch to new character, and then switch to new character, and then update portrait with an index shift. Character set, update portrait demo, index change, portrait index, count, update portrait, update note, update portrait goes to, oh, that's if it just didn't find it one. So player ID, portrait index. So this is where we actually need to set it. So player dot set portrait and portraits here. That should do the trick. Let's see what happens when we create this method now. Set portrait is a texture 2D. Portrait texture is going to return a texture 2D, but I think they're the same thing now. I think I saw somewhere that there used to be a difference between the two, or maybe it was no, I was watching a stream from Game Dev TV. Rick was making a Unity game. Others were making another type of game, and he mentioned that he always forgets to type in the 2D when doing that, and that's an important thing. But I think for the raw image, it takes either. Anyways, so we're going to save this. Let's see, where are we going to save it? Oh, this is going to have to be here as well, isn't it? Yeah, all right. So private texture 2D portrait. And so I don't forget, public texture 2D. Oh, but you know what? It's going to be a string, portrait name. And here we're going to say it's going to be a string, portrait name. And And when we set portrait, we're going to say for name equals portrait.texture.name rather. So that's all we're doing there. And when we get the portrait texture, we're going to do game data.portraits. Okay, game. I guess we only use it once here. Game data.portraits. Character portraits. Dot first or default x dot name equals portrait name, and then we're returning that. All right, so this is wrong. Why is this wrong? What is character portraits? Oh, that's not right at all. No, that's not right. Where's our game data? I thought I had a reference to all of our potential character portraits. No, you know what it is? Ignore all of this. I am barking up the wrong tree. Barking up the wrong tree because these are stored on the dictionaries. This is a completely not needed. So undo everything. Forget everything I've said. Set raw image is not going to be this. It's going to get the raw image. Ooh. It's the dictionaries. Yeah, so let's just confirm. We can see it, and then I think we will know what we're doing. I think I stored the int in the dictionary for each character. So if we look at our data, game data, it's down here now. And we look at our players, and if we look at our dictionaries, no, if we look at our, what are we looking at? Yeah, I guess we don't save it. So we still need to save it, but we're going to grab it slightly differently because the data is on our race and class, and I believe it's on the classes. Let's see. All right, this must be on the races. So each race has portraits for each class, and an oh, I think the whole int thing was supposed to be like the one that was chosen, but that's not what we're doing. So, but we can get the portraits and we can store the int. So that's we're going to store the int on the player. So demo actor will have on it, instead of a portrait name, it's going to be an int portrait index, and then when we do our set portrait, so public void set portrait index and int value, and we're going to say that portrait index equals value. Didn't we just, oh, that was in our save data. So yes, we need this down here as well. Okay. All right, so portrait index equals that, and then I don't think we actually use this. Do we use this demo actor save data? Actually, we might do that. I think I may have built my own save and load for just the demo actors. I can't remember. I'll have to debug that or refactor that. And then we are going to get the player portrait texture, and we will get that here. So let me just create that again. So I wasn't completely wrong before. But to do this, we're going to say I already wrote this code before, but I'm going to rewrite it. We're going to say so var race object equals race object. All right, so we already have actor race object. So actor race object at dictionaries dot get key value, and it's going to be okay, so let's do one first for assuming that we have a gender. So we're going to say get key value gender actor gender space portraits, and then actor class dot object name, and this is going to be an object name as well. So this would be like female portraits paladin. So get key value dot values texture 2D values texture 2D of portrait index, and return. So that should be what we're returning. So the actor race object, which is going to be the scriptable object, and how do we get this from here? We don't get it. It's going to be null when we raise it. So instead, we're going to do actor race dot parent is going to give us the scriptable object. Then the dictionaries, blah blah blah, all this stuff, and that's going to be that if it's male or female. But if the actor gender object name is non-gendered, and I believe this is with a dash, gendered. Okay, then we are going to, where did I do this? I did this before in the creation, I think. Combined portraits. Yeah. So can probably end up moving this now to the demo actor in that version as well. But we're going to grab the two things. So so actor race dot parent dictionary. So we're combining the two, and then this is going to be actor class object name, actor class object name. Combine the male and female. Combine the portraits into a single list. Return that. So then we're going to say we're going to return combined portraits, and we don't need that, so equals null. We can just delete that entirely. So combined portraits is all the texture 2Ds, so now we just need to put in our portrait index, and that should be that. So if it's non-gendered, then we're going to get the index from that. Otherwise, we get the index from that. And now in our creation portrait, or when did we do the set button? Set portrait index never gets called. So now we need to do that where we do the button, portrait selection button, switch to new character, update portrait, character set, update portrait with the index shift. So when we get the final portrait, this is where we find it. So now we're going to say player.set portrait index is going to be portrait index. All right. That should do the trick, but we need to create a new character for this to make it work, or a new game, because everyone's going to be 0 on the other games, which is fine, I guess. I suppose it would still have portraits, it just wouldn't be the same portraits. I pointer click handler. In which way? In what regard? Where? I didn't see when the comment was, so I don't know when you said you prefer implementing I pointer click handler. All right, debug to start. All right, null references. That's better than nothing, I suppose. Player portrait texture. All right, let's do a debug.log. Gender is actor gender dot object name. Okay, and then index is portrait index. And let's see what we get. I might be missing something else. Oh, I guess we'll do it again. All right. Gender's male index is 1, 2, 1, 3. All right, so they are different. We are still getting a null reference here. Do we not have player? No, we do, because we are getting our debug here. So it must be returning null. So let's do a little bit more debugging. So debug.log. Race is actor race. Parent. Object name. So that will give us checking that this is actually getting there. Debug.log portrait count is, and we'll just do that .count. Why is that giving us a because I didn't do that .count. Line break. The line break was the issue, and we'll just do that. Nope, we can't do that. All right. All right, and let's just see what that gets us now. I'm also going to go into the other scene because it should load this data that we just saved in the other scene now. That should be working. That's the whole point. So let's just see. All right. We have a few things here that are perhaps unrelated to that first thing. Let's see. Out of range exception. Are we loading the data? We are. So well, I think we might need to wait just one more frame in our setup. So yield return 0. Because maybe there's something else that's just not yet available to us. So if we take one more frame, it will be. Use the Unity button on click. Ah, yes, yeah. Yes. I actually use the I pointer enter and exit. I forget the terms right now, but in other things. So I'm mixing the two together, I suppose. All right, yes, so having one more frame solved that problem. Now we have this problem. Gender is apparently not here. Well, these are populated, so that's good. Interesting. So if we look at our debug, will it show us our private ones? It doesn't show me those, but it looks like This is null. Is that maybe intentionally null? Game item attribute. How do we use this? Oh, we should be using this. Ah, yes. I see. My mistake. My mistake. I made myself properties and I just didn't use them. All right. So let's make use of them. Actor gender and actor race and actor race, and then we don't need the parents anymore because the children being made from the parents will have the same information. Actor race. Unless I do the whole serialized, not serialized thing, in which case maybe it will matter later. Okay, and then same thing here. Actor gender, actor class. All right, an actor class. Okay. Actor class. Actor gender. All right, that might be all of them. Yeah, let's see if that fixes it. And closer. All right. Portrait count's 4. Race is male, half orc, 4th portrait of the bunch. There are only 4 portraits. Why is it saying portrait count is 4? Oh yeah, good, because there are 4 portraits available. The index we're getting is 0 on all of these. Oh, because I didn't change? I don't know why it's all 0. Oh, maybe because I didn't change them and none of them are duplicates of race and class and gender. I don't know. But this is null. Reference 31 raw. So player portrait texture is null, or player is null. So let's check that. Debug.log. Player is null. Question mark. Player. Oops. Equals null. So we'll check see if that's null first. And if it is, it'll tell us. Otherwise, portrait texture is coming back null. So let's just see. All right. Portrait. Did it? No, I don't think press play. I think that was just the reloading the scripts. All right. Portrait count is 4. Player is null false. And that is happening for... Oh, yeah. Well, of course, these happen later. Okay. All right. So the return is null. And we're getting it here. We get these printouts there. So let's see. Actor race dictionaries. Value texture 2D. Let me see something. Maybe we do need to call the parents. If we look at the game data, dictionaries. Nope, no. Yeah, let's just excuse me. All right, instead of doing this, let's do actor race object. And actor class object. Actually, wait, let me think about this real quick. So it is saying that there are 4 values. And let's do one more. Debug.log is the value null. And so we will say so essentially what we're doing is this, and portrait index, portrait index equals null. So I'm expecting it to be true, that it is null, and then we'll figure out what that fix is. Is the value null? False. Huh. Well, then why is this null? Debug.log. I just copied it and then I started typing. Texture is null. Or is raw image null? It could be that raw image is null. Did I not have a reference to raw image? Is that the deal? I don't have a reference to raw image. That's the issue. Okay, so let's fix that. It's a silly issue to have. But I never did that. There you go. Now this is not correct though, because we should not have two. So what we'll do is see, well, first, were there any bugs? I didn't even look to see if there was an error. So there were no errors. It's loading the same data, so that's interesting. But if we go to our scene, oh, there we go. Scene, character creation, press play. We should see the same for on the next scene, because the next scene is going to load from the data. So we got the beardy guy, the spike guy, the demoness looking guy, and the suave guy with that fancy cleric robe on. And indeed, they are there. Now, when we load that up again, it should be the same. And it is. So maybe I actually had a bug in the other scene where they somehow got the same portrait. Yeah. Anyways, this part's working, and that whole bit was just because I forgot to populate the raw image variable. Oopsie daisy. So now we can clean this up like this, and this will pull the portrait and set it as the raw image in the portrait prefab or object. And there you go. All right, there's more to do. But now this part's working. And they're there. So there's more to do. They gotten clicked. That's good. That's good that they get clicked. And I suppose we could do a simple thing just for funds. We can add to this a scale, UI graphics scaler. Hover, you can do 1.1, 1.1, 1.1. Let's see what this looks like. Override and apply all. We don't yet have the health bar and the mana bar. So now they just get slightly bigger when you go over them. And their health bar should go slightly bigger as well. Interesting that that gets faster than that. I think it's because I don't know. I don't know why. Probably because it's going slurp. All right. Anyways, so we can kind of get moving on the next, just the logistics of it. When we have our player portrait here, we have our mask. So I guess what we need is almost another mask. I wonder if we do another mask. This is going to be health mask. Health mask. And we put this, well, let's make the mask, instead of this, we're going to make it shorter. So say, whoops, undo, 250. I'm going to move it over. And then we're going to make this go under, open prefab. But before we do that, go back, overwrite the prefab. So save what we've just done, and then open the prefab. All right. So move the health one up there. So now it's behind the other. In the order. Where do we do the order? Maybe it's in the raw image. Because it's showing in the wrong order in the window. It's showing in a different order than it is there. In this, we're just going to choose, I don't know, it doesn't really matter. I'm just choosing something just to see something different. Oh, maybe it's because I haven't saved it. Ah, there we go. It's because I hadn't saved it. All right, so we're going to go mid-journey real quick. Let me load it up. Yep, I did. All right, mid-journey. And we're going to go to... Actually, we're going to do this on the Infinity PBR mid-journey one. So let's go to mid-journey creations down here on the Infinity PBR one, where you can make your own mid-journey creations just for fun if you want everyone to see them. We're going to do imagine a bubbly white and clear liquid. I'm just trying to get like a little, I don't know. It's going to be red and blue because whatever, those are the colors, right? But then we just want a little bubbly liquid that can be masked down for the health and as it comes down and whatnot, and colored. So it's going to be, we want white, and then we'll color it with red and not red or darker red. I ran out of my fast time, so it's slow. Boring. All right, so for now, let's just put that over there. So this is going to be the health mask. Raw image will be something, and it's going to be, say, red, I guess. We'll just use any of them now. And then magic mask. Magic mask. This will be blue. Dabba dee ba doo doo. Remember that song? And it's going to be moved over here, or the mask. So if this mask is position -15 and 15, okay, and then we'll save, just kind of see how that looks. All right, so it's going to be kind of like that. I think it can move over a little bit further though. Give a little bit more visibility to it. All right, so that's kind of what it'll look like, and it'll just go down from there. We're using the same mask as we are for the other, and we actually could probably do the same border realistically. Yeah, so if we close these and make this the health border and magic border, then we can do this and that. And what's the size? 250. 250 and -20 and 250 and +20. And for this, we will make this blue. I guess. And the other one red. I don't know how much of an effect it ends up having. You can kind of see it. We'll see what it looks like in the end. So now we've got the borders too. You can kind of see it right here, but this is not what I was looking for. Mid-Journey. White background. That's going to be important, or it's going to be very important. And bubbles of thick liquid. See if that works. Thank you. I'm glad you think it looks good. I think it looks pretty neat too. It works too, and the best part is like we're just kind of, we're not trying to make it a very thin one. We're just saying, we'll just expose the side, and as long as it looks good, it will look good. And then we're just gonna bring that down with the slider or something. I think I've done that before. I'll have to figure it out. But at this point, I kind of just want to get the framework in there, and I'll make the details later because I'm it's been a while. Well, it's been 3 hours now. Yeah, 3 hours in a minute. So the stream won't last too much longer, but I do want to get some nuts and bolts out there. Movement. Well, I've got a movement script. I think I want to update that movement script, so I probably will. But some movement and then building the scene. The scene's going to be very basic and all that, but it's going to have stuff to do like questing and maybe fighting. I just want to demonstrate basically a lot of the different features of the game modules and how it all works together. And ultimately how easy it is to use in order to do complex things. Yep. And I'm also going to use, I think, Pro Builder to make the stuff because it looks nice enough in the videos. This is not. Maybe it's because I keep saying liquid. I got the white background because of the emphasis on it, and then we'll just say bubbles rising, and these are kind of cool nonetheless. Not exactly at all what I wanted, but that's neat. You can imagine this being on someone's wall as modern art or some crap like that. I actually like this one. This one's pretty nice. So while we're at it, let's just make some variations of that. What's interesting, on the game dev show the other day, we were talking about the AI, and I said something that I thought about more later. I talked about how I feel that AI art makes human art more valuable and cheapens art at the same time. So AI art is cheap, right? It's very cheap in regards to its creation. The cost of creation is small. The effort of creation is small. So the value, its inherent value based on its production is small. Its value as a thing, of course, is based on the utility. Everything is. If people think art is valuable, then it costs a lot of money. And that does not matter who made it or how hard it was to make. If someone with only one finger, only one arm, who has only one finger on that one arm was somehow able to make a masterpiece, if somebody doesn't want it on their wall, they're might be willing to just give it away. It has no value to them. It has no monetary value to them. But for someone who understands how the art was made, I think, the human effort becomes more valuable. Still not giving me what I want. I need to think of another. Imagine abstract bubbles. Maybe we need the word abstract. Anyways, that's why I was thinking. Like, this is cheap. It's easy to make. Utility is different from the cost of creation. So human value is increased because I think we will all start treasuring that skill even more. Even if we don't want it on our wall, we will start inherently valuing the human effort more when it's handmade than when it's not handmade. Yet we will still use AI art nonetheless. Yep. So I think this one could work, I suppose, but it's not really right. It's close. I just want the whole thing to be that rather than that. And maybe the whole white background is the problem. Let's do 2 more prompts while we're at it. White, bubbles, thick liquid. We'll do abstract white bubbles and abstract bubbles white. All right. How do we do the mask? So if we do the mask, we already have our mask. We can probably just see it. So there's that, but we don't necessarily want to. So if we make this 240 and make the position down 5, then it stays in the same thing. So essentially, we're going to have to match half the position negative to the height, and that should mask us, and then we'll have to do the border at the same time. So this is essentially going to be a script itself right in here. So while these are giving us not what we wanted, let's make that script real quick. UI, scripts, UI, create C# script, portrait, portrait bars, we'll just call it, and we're gonna put this on our health mask and our magic mask, and we will rename this portrait bar. I think that's a better name. And then namespace, Infinity modules demo, and put it up here. And then we're going to make it system serializable, and then public player portrait. We need to know the parent basically, and then so I want to avoid using an update, and so I think we're going to use the Blackboard event system. I think right now the only AI tools Midjourney and ChatGPT are the 2 I use consistently. I've never had good luck with Stable Diffusion. I just like Midjourney's thing, so I haven't really tried too hard. I did a test once with making a video. I have no idea what it was, but I followed a tutorial online about basically making a video of my own face, and then I cast that onto a image that I produced in Midjourney of a portrait, and it looked pretty damn good, and so it moved. The problem was it's a video, so for the use in games like this, that's probably not the best use case. Constantly playing video on your portraits instead. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the best way to translate that into portraits that, you know, look left and right, 2D portraits that look left and right and stuff. But anyways, it was an interesting test nonetheless. So we need to listen to the Blackboard. So Blackboard, nope, sorry, down here. It's going to be Blackboard follower. It's not a mono behavior, it's Blackboard follower. It actually is a mono behavior. And a Blackboard follower, or what is Blackboard follower? Is that a auto behavior? It is. Okay, so we're a Blackboard follower, which means we have all the subscriptions and stuff. What we're going to be looking for is receiving a change in the player health. So public override receive change. So public string subject to check to watch, and then so we're gonna say if Blackboard note dot subject is not subject to watch, then return. And if Blackboard note dot topic is not player portrait dot player dot game ID, then return. So basically the change event has to be the player we're watching, and it's going to be the game ID of that player, since we don't know any other way to, it's a variable. We don't have something where subject to watch will be hit points or magic points. And then we're going to say var value equals Blackboard note dot value, and it's going to be an int or a float. It'll give us our new value, and then we will say set bar to value. So we can shorten this up a little bit, and the set bar to value will do something. And we also need then up here our rect transform, public rect transform mask transform, and public rect transform order transform. And we actually need to know the percent of the whole. So we also need to get our player's max value. And so what we're going to do is add a public string, or no, public stat max value stat, and public, yeah, that should, because we're gonna, that if this is max magic or hit points, this will also be magic or hit points, so we only need that. So we're gonna get that divided by the portrait player, and we're gonna make a property for this too. Public demo actor player is portrait player, so we can just move that. So player dot stats dot get max value stat dot uid dot final value. There you go. And so we're gonna make this a property as well. So public float final or max value is that. So the new value divided by the max value is the percent we'll do, and this is going to be percent, and then so we're going to change the two things we had, and I'll bring this up real quick. The two things we had on the both the mask and the border should match, where we're changing the height to be something, and then the position to be half that, negative half that. And so we're gonna store that value, those values here, the start position and the height. So we'll put these up here. So public float start position y equals 0, and public float start height equals 250, and then we will say new var new height equals start height times percent, and var new position y is equal to the new height times negative 0.5 f. We'll put the 0 in for shits and giggles, and then mask transform dot position dot local position dot y is going to be equal to new position y, and we can't do that, so var mask position equals mask transform dot local position, and then we will say mask position dot y equals that, then mask transform dot local position equals mask position, and then we'll do the same for the border thing. So var border position equals border transform local position. Okay, and that's that. And then the height. So mask transform dot height dot, what's the parent of that? I don't know. Where is the parent of height? Width? No. Where is that? What is it? Anchored position, maybe? Equals new height dot y. Do we have to do the whole thing like this again? Maybe. Mask. Well, these actually have to be the same, so you know what? We can make this a little bit easier. I think these are going to be the exact same, and this is going to be similar. So, okay. Mask height is going to be maybe anchored position, and then mask height dot y equals new height, and then we can say both of these equal mask height. Mask transform contains height, not transform. Well, it's got this transform, I think. All right, take a break on that. Go back here. One of these will work. Let's do this one. Upload that one. We'll make that grayscale, and then use this as the thing. Yeah. So I think I don't know for sure. This always confuses me because I think this is like a different layout than what it would be. Yeah, we don't want scale. I don't think. Actually, wow, maybe we do want scale. Let's try scale. I think scale would be easier than anchored position. I think this is what you get with the local position. Could be anchored position. Anyways, I think we're going to do scale for this. Local scale. Okay. Now we need to set those events on the player. So, the player themselves is a demo actor. So, a demo actor. Oh, I think the hit points get set automatically, or the note gets set automatically from the game modules, because I made that happen. So if we look at our game modules and we look at our main stats, main stats, magic points is has the points will be posted and notified. So we're automatically going to be listening to this. So now that means when I need to add a helper here to say what that would look like, but essentially it looks like this. Subject to watch will be hit points, points. And then this, I believe, will be subject to watch magic points. And then, okay. Max value stat will be magic points max. Border, transform, mask, transform, player portrait, and start height is now 1. And similar here, start height 1, player portrait, mask transform, border transform. This is going to be hit points max. Okay. And do we have our thing yet? We do. Let's quickly Photoshop it. I'm going to bring it into Photoshop. And I'm going to make it slightly smaller. Maybe about here. And then we will just make it grayscale. And export. Save as PNG. Actually, before we do that, image size 512. Nope, 512. All right, export. Save as PNG. Bubbles. And where is my images and new Legend of the Stones Game Modules demo party based bubbles goes here, images, bubbles. Should go in icons actually. Bubbles is a sprite, and we made it 512. Apply. So now our raw image can both be this. All right, a little bit better. Preserve aspect ratio. Can we do that here? It doesn't matter. It's good enough for movies. It's not good enough for this, but it'll be good enough for now. I'm not concerned about it anymore, but so that's fine for now. All right. Oh, yes, that's okay. It's better than it was before. Still not good enough, but good enough. All right, so that should be that. I'm going back to the scene now. This one seems to I don't know why this one is not showing up here, but oh well. So we should already have the thing. Let's just look at the blackboard. If we look at the blackboard, we should see our posted notes. No notes, because we haven't posted any notes yet. We haven't changed the health yet, so we need a way to change the health. So I think what we'll do is a quick How do I want to do a debug menu? Okay, this is what we'll do. We'll do a game canvas UI, player portraits, create a new panel, debug menu, and space there. And this is going to be in the top corner. And it's going to be collapsed. In this, actually, here's what we'll do. Make it a little bit taller. Bring it down a little bit. Create UI button. Okay, yeah, then we'll create a UI button, legacy button, debug toggle. And debug menu. Okay, and it will be off by default. And then when it's on, it will look slightly different. All right, and then debug menu. I'll do the logic there later. I do want a button here. What's the button going to be? It's going to be a UI legacy button, and just put this here and make it half the size or a little less, and we'll call it plus or minus 10 hit points. And minus 10 hit points, and we'll make that the right font. And okay, and we're going to duplicate this one, and for this one let's do a grid layout group. Let's see, we'll do three buttons wide and make them that tall. Alright, maybe make it 2 buttons wide. Okay, and plus 10 hit points. Alright, and these can be deleted for now. And let's see, we're going to do, so the active player will get plus or minus 10 hit points here. So what we're going to do is create a script, and in our scripts we're going to create a new folder, debugs, and we'll create a C#. This is going to be add points to stat. So we need to using static Infinity PBR modules demo actor. Nope. game data and namespace Infinity PBR modules demo, and let's see. Ooh, I didn't even see the message, so nothing to ignore. So we're gonna need a public stat and public float, or we'll do int points, and then public void got clicked, and this we're going to say if game data equals null, return. Otherwise, game data dot active player dot add points stats dot get stat dot UID dot add points points. That's all it is. So the active player get their stat by that stat UID and then add that number of points. So this is the basic stat way you work with stats. One of the basic ways you can work with stats on the game modules is literally just saying add points for anything that's tracker, hit points, gold, experience, level, maybe not level, but anything that's a tracker that you just use points and it isn't modified otherwise, generally will just be add points. And so for both of these, we will add in add points to stat, and in both of these we will say hit points is the stat to look for, and one will be 10 and the other will be -10. And we're gonna make this actually 5 and plus 5 hit points, because that way it's slightly different. Plus 5 hit points. Alright, and that should just magically work. And now when I press those, the hit points will change, and it should post to the blackboard as well, if all goes according to plan. Did it go according to plan? No, because I didn't set up the button itself. The on click needs to call itself and say got clicked. And same with this. On click add point stat got clicked. Okay. So now we can look at the blackboard. We're hoping to see a note pop up there. Okay, so nothing appears to be happening, which is a shame. Why isn't anything appearing to be happening? Alright, let's look and debug. Debug.log got clicked. Debug.log will add points to stat.object name. Let's just see that, make sure it's getting through. Alright, it is. Well, let's do some debugging then. Debug.log current points is, we're going to do a property here now, public game stat equals that. That okay, game stat. So we're gonna say game stat dot points, and we can now change that to just add points, and then debug dot log. I copied and then I didn't paste. Now points is okay, so it should work. It should work. Let's see. Oh, so it did work, but it doesn't appear like the stat is auto posting like it's supposed to be doing. Oh, I'm looking at time board, Blackboard. Okay, well, it's still not there. Let's see. Just confirm, we saw it earlier, but just to confirm, our main stats, hit points, is set to post points. Okay, so let's dig into this. It should be posting. Add points. Oh, looks like I never added it to here. Let's see. Blackboard. Post to Blackboard. See, I post to Blackboard when we do the final, but add points. Doesn't look like we have a post to Blackboard here. Where do we have post to Blackboard? 2 places. So only when we compute the final one and when we do the setup. Alright, that's why. Add points. And that's probably why, part of the reason why I am doing the demo scene. Set points. Alright, so add points and set points are the 2 other ways that the points should be changed. When we post to Blackboard, it will only do it if we are actually posting. And let's see if that works now. Oh, good. Okay, we got something. So, null reference. Null reference. Okay, interesting. Oh, what Blackboard are we looking at? Main Blackboard. Okay, we are looking at the main Blackboard. What is null? It could be the owner. It's probably the owner. Quick check on that. Debug.log. Oh my gosh. Debug.log. Owner is null. Owner equals null. I think it's the owner. That's my guess. I probably failed to set the owner somewhere. And this is the one thing that I haven't yet figured out how to, on the stats, how to make it automated. Owner is null. Okay. So, it's something that I forget to do, and since I forget to do, others will forget to do it as well. We need to do this on game data. Set owner. We don't do it at all, and that's part of the issue. So we need to do it in 2 places. First, we'll do it in the load. Let's see. Load state. After we do a load, we're going to set owners, and we'll make this way up top. Public void set owners, and for each var player in players, player dot set owner. Okay, so I need to just pass in this player. Right? Object new owner. Yep. And then I need to set owners on, well, we need to set the owner when we create the player too. So this is going to be in the character creation setup, new demo actor, new player. So right here, we'll say new player dot set owner new player. Actually, we'll do this at the very end of the create random character, create characters, set up characters, update player, blackboards. Okay, so we'll do it right here. Game data dot set owners. All right, that should do the trick. It basically tells all the game modules lists that who the owner is, and they need that to do their automation stuff. So I believe that should work. Let's find out. Nope. Okay, let's do a couple things. I'll keep that debug in there I had there earlier. Debug.log owner is null. Owner equals null. And then I should really put a check here. Actually, let's do this. Well, yeah, we'll do a check. If owner equals null, then return. Basically, if we can't, why is this? Oh, 2 of those. If we can't do, if we don't have an owner, we can't do the rest. So it, you know, but then it won't give you a null reference, and then you won't know to fix it. So it's helpful to have the null reference sometimes. And then on our game data, I'm going to say debug.log warning, and we will say set owners, and on each of these we will say debug.log set owner on player. Okay. 2 new owner dot name. Yeah, whatever. I noticed it was an object. I don't think that should do the issue, but let's see. Set owners. Set owner to a new demo actor. Alright, so that should have set the owners, but the owner is still null. Interesting. Why would the owner be null? On the game stat, for game stat, name, object name, owner is getting the parent list null. Let's see if the parent list is null. Parent list is null. Oops, I forgot to the is null part. Parent list is also null. Well, that could do it as well. Why is the parent list null? The parent list really shouldn't be null. And it's in the stat hit points. Parent list. Set parent list. We call that where? On game stat. And set parent list and update reference in children. We create it here. Owner list is the parent list's owner. So the owner is the owner of the parent list, and we set the owner of the parent list, but if parent list is null, then owner will be null. Parent list should not be null here. Why would it be null? Stats, hit points. Alright, let's see. What was the other use of set parent lists? Was game stat list, update this. When do we do this? We never do this. This will be removed in a future version. Oh, will it? Maybe we won't remove it in a future version. We will just call it and the start action so that it always happens. My parent list is still null. Alright, well, WTF. Stat list debug.log update parent list for all stats. Just want to make sure that's being called. It is not being called. Is it not being called? Start actions. Why are start actions not being called? Oh, start on your manager script. Often the player. I probably didn't do that. Demo actor. Start actions. Ah, I never did it here. This gets called, but the other does not. Set owner this. So I did actually have that. And then stats dot start actions. Skills dot start actions. Inventory items dot start actions. Equipped items dot start actions. I think those are the four we have. All right. And now we set the owner, so we should have a reference to it. And we do not. Well, all right. Clearly, I need to go have some food and have a nice tall drink of water and revisit this in a second. I don't know why it's saying the owner is null or the parent list is null. I really don't, because we're setting it here. Set owner. Oh, this. Well, no, not set owner. Oh, do we not set the parent list? Oh, it's still not being called. Wait a minute. Stop this real quick. Set game list. Start actions. So now it is being used. Demo actor. We get called stats and skills are both lists of this type. And if owner equals null, then we yield return debug.log warning should do start actions for a stat list. There's a debug log warning there too, so this doesn't seem to be happening. Starting to do start actions for stat list. We might see that spammed over and over and over and over and over and over again. We do not see that at all. Do we not call start actions at the right time for the player? When do we call it here? Oh, we only do it at the creation. That's the problem. That's the problem. We need to do it at the very start. When the data is loaded, we need this. Alright, data loaded is game data. Load data. Load state. Alright, so we're going to change set owners to start actions. Whoops. Start actions. And in start actions, we're going to do for each player, start coroutine, player, start actions. And that will do all the player start actions, which sets the owner on everything to this, and then does the start actions on each of those. Okay. And a debug. Game data start actions. What's the bug saying? Oh, it just hadn't reload. It was not a bug. It was a false alarm. Oh, I totally cleared it all out. Alright, it's still not working. Well, that's very odd. Yeah, it's still not doing... saying start actions. And then doing set owner. And set owner comes from start actions. So let's see. We never... somehow this doesn't come up. Oh, we have to do quests and conditions too. Stats. Oh, that's an IU enumerated. Duh. Okay. Start coroutine. Start coroutine. Stats.start. Why can't I do... can I not start a coroutine inside here? I can't start a coroutine in a coroutine. Do list start actions. What am I doing? Oh, because it's not a mono behavior. Okay. So this is not a mono behavior, so it can't start coroutines. Ah, that explains why. That reminds me. Okay. That's why it's waiting for the owner. Duh. Okay, I need to write this stuff down. I think I already did. I just forgot where I wrote it down. It's on the docs, but... The whole series? Oh my gosh, Devil Technologies. You are in for many hours. Come to the Discord if you have questions. Good night, though. It might be easier to come to the Discord and just ask or something. I'm not sure. But I ramble a lot, and sometimes I go down the wrong direction. Alright. So where I do this, I need to start the other coroutines, and they'll just wait for this one to be finished first by waiting for the owner to be set. So for each player, we're doing start actions and then these. So start coroutine, player.stats.start actions, etc. And there are a bunch of them to do. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So stats, skills, quests, conditions, inventory items, and equipped items. Alright, that's what we were missing, I think. I really just want to get these bars to go down. Alright, we got a lot more warnings now. Alright, it's not false, so one step forward. That's a good step forward. Set bar. Object reference not set to a... Alright, something's not set here. Blackboard note is, so max value is gain player stats this, so debug.log is full null. Is player null. Okay. Whoops. And we'll do a few of these. Is player stats null? Is the player is the lookup stat null? Okay. Should be one of those. I would think. Nope. None of them are null. Alright, then if none of them are null, then debug.log final value is final value. Huh. Well, then what's null? Blackboard 160. It notifies for each. Is the value null? Debug.log. Blackboard value is null. Value. Oh, you know what? We might be looking at the wrong thing. Let's see. Okay, so if we look at the blackboard, we have hit points, so it is posting as expected. And the value, Oh, we're looking for the value float. Value float. My bad. Duh. That was just me forgetting my own system, really. It has all the different types, and value is an object, I think. And yes, that was null because this is updating the float. There we go. So it almost worked, but not quite. So it does skinny it up, but it's not doing the right height. But something is happening. And it seems to be going at, oh, it's going inverted. I need to min-max it to 0. Okay, well, anyways, that's next up. I'm good for now. I think I will now grab some food and do other things for a bit. 4-hour stream, not bad. Thank you for joining. I'm glad you came out, and I appreciate all the participation. So thank you for watching. Have a great day.